ships, but they will do so once hostilities is ended. It's kind of a catch-22. On the one hand, I mean, why do you need naval escorts if no one's shooting at the ships? That said, I don't diminish the utility of it, because I would imagine the first few ships to go through are going to like to be escorted. So I think that's going to be a key feature of that conversation. I think there's a shared interest in all these countries on rare earth minerals and supply chains generally. I think there is a growing global consensus, and we had rates, and then clearly the critical minerals and supply chains has been a key focus of G7 actions. The last point is, I think there's been an interest in and I think Canada deserves credit for this. The Canadians have really taken a lead, and we've been very supportive of this, in highlighting places like Haiti. And as a result of these G7 meetings, we've actually had a number of countries in the G7, including Japan, step up and contribute to the effort there.
And the reason I mentioned NATO, there's an article in The Hill, and Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that we put this in the record. It says Sweden is now America's most valuable tech ally. You're talking about working together with other countries. It goes on to say, this was just last week, Sweden joined NATO. They've now signed the bilateral defense cooperation agreement. They said in March, Sweden became the first European Union member state to sign the Pax Silica Declaration, Washington's flagship initiative to secure global AI and semiconductor supply chains, and now the technology prosperity deal. I want to know how you've accomplished so much, and is this a model for U.S. relationships going forward with NATO? Yeah,
the interesting thing about Sweden is because they, and Finland to the equal extent, is because they were not members of NATO for many, many years, they had a self-sufficiency in their defenses. And so now that they've joined, they've actually added to the equation. I'm not here to beat up on any specific country, but generally speaking, the countries you added to NATO were countries that needed from NATO. Sweden and Finland have actually contributed because they brought their own defense industry, their own advanced technologies. So they've been a great partner. They've been an extraordinary partner. We were just there because we had the NATO foreign ministers meeting in Sweden, and it was phenomenal. And I think that Sweden is a great ally and a country that we're continuing to find a lot of synergy and cooperation with, especially on the field of technology, but also on defense. I mean, they have their own defense industrial base, which is an impressive defense industrial base. I wish every country in NATO had what they have, but I understand why Sweden has it.
In a number of travels that a number of members have done in bipartisan ways, we found out as we go around Europe that most countries will say they've been too dependent on the United States for military, too dependent on Russia for energy, and too dependent on China for materials. This administration has really made these nations step up to do what they need to do in terms of putting the money forward in defense. So I want to know what the next concrete steps we can do in terms of making some of the pledges of moving from 2% to 5%, making sure that they deploy the military capabilities.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, some countries are on track to do that, others are not. Let me just speak about it in general terms. There's a real challenge. On the one hand, they've made these pledges that they're going to increase their defense spending and their defense capability. It actually has to be on defense. That's the first thing. You can't say that pensions for former soldiers and sailors is part of your 5% or your 3.5. I mean, that can't happen. But the bigger challenge that much of Europe faces, many countries in NATO faces, their economies are not growing, and in order to spend more money on defense, they're going to either have to raise taxes or cut social programs. And part of the reality of NATO, whether we like to hear it or not, is that many of the countries in Europe were able to build these very robust social safety nets because they didn't have to spend it on defense, because NATO and the United States were providing it for it. So they're going to have to deal with that reality. The second point is, and this is not an anti-NATO statement, but it is the reality. The United States has global obligations. At the same time as I'm in NATO, I have to speak to the Indo-Pacific countries who are also worried about what's our force posture they're going to be. We obviously are involved in the Middle East. We have counterterrorism issues with regards to Africa. We have growing mill-to-mill cooperation in our own Western Hemisphere, especially taking on these transnational terrorist organizations and the like. So we don't have like unlimited military resources, even though we have a very large budget. They're not unlimited. And so we have to be able to allocate our resources and our personnel in ways that make sense, and it has to come at the expense of something. And so I think that's the reality that we have shared with our NATO partners from the very beginning of this administration and have been consulting every step along the way. But these countries will have to step up. They, at a minimum, have to be able to conventionally defend their own sovereign national territory for the most part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen, you're next.
Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. This is your first public hearing since President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu launched an illegal war against Iran. Netanyahu said he's been waiting 40 years to do this. Turns out he finally found a president who was both stupid and reckless enough to join him. The war has killed 14 American service members, wounded hundreds more, and killed thousands of civilians. It's driving up the price of gas, food, and much more. Trump obviously doesn't care. He called high gas prices peanuts and said, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation." That's from the President of the United States. And all for what? The President told us 91 days ago that we had, quote, won the war in Iran. Last year, he told the country Iran's key enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Was that false? Let's face it, Mr. Secretary, the Trump foreign policy has become a dumpster fire. This is the same president who's more interested in flattering Vladimir Putin than in protecting Ukrainian sovereignty. The president who lifted restrictions on the transfer of sophisticated U.S. chips to China, but came back from his trip there with nothing but ballroom envy. He tweeted about that the other day. This is the president who brought on Elon Musk to take a chainsaw to which has enabled the current Ebola in the DRC. We've also witnessed corrupt crypto deals with the UAE royal family that have enriched the Trump family at the expense of our national security. We've seen an administration engage in extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean, hijack Venezuelan oil, threaten to invade Greenland, and weaken the NATO alliance. Here at home, a Reagan-appointed judge said that you and former Secretary Noem abused your powers when you locked up and still seek to deport students for protesting the destruction of Gaza. The Reagan-appointed judge said you did that, quote, primarily on account of their First Amendment-protected political speech. Speaking of Gaza, the so-called Board of Peace seems to have run around. Meanwhile, while Senator Rubio once proclaimed that the U.S. must, quote, work to ensure that refugees who flee war, torture, and persecution are provided safe environments to live and thrive in. Now, as Secretary of State in this administration, you have capped refugees at a record low of 17,500, and white South Africans, Afrikaners, have comprised roughly 99% of those slots, Mr. Secretary. A race-based refugee system. At the same time, the president's preventing Cuban political refugees from entering the United States, even as you've imposed a near oil blockade on that repressive regime. The stated goal is to change the government there, but the only real change is humanitarian crisis inflicted on millions of people, not members of the regime. And in that regard, Mr. Secretary, I have a question for you regarding the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism. On the very first week, at least, of this administration, the administration reinstated that. And in a recent January 26 EO, you made statements suggesting connections to Hezbollah and Hamas. The previous administration did a thorough review with the intelligence community and concluded that there was no evidence that Cuba was engaged in ongoing state sponsor of terrorism. Did you find new evidence to support that conclusion?
Well, first of all, let me just say that's your question, but you made this long statement of which I disagree with most of it. We won't have time to address every point that you made. So let's stick to Cuba specific, because that's the question that you asked. Cuba has sponsored terrorism, and it's been supported groups. For example, Virtually every left-wing, radical, violent terrorist group in the Western Hemisphere has at some point relied on support from Cuba. The ELN, the FARC dissidents, including them, have been involved there. We also know, for example, that Cuba continues to host a pretty substantial collection intelligence sites on behalf of the Chinese and the Russians. But you look at the region and you look at all of these leftist Marxist terrorist organizations, all of them, in many cases, got their seed money from the Cubans.
If I can move on. I noticed you did not answer my question, because my question specifically related to whether there was new evidence to support that conclusion. I can just tell you.
Why would I need new evidence?
Because you're claiming that they're a state-sponsored terrorism, suggesting they're ongoingly involved in that. My final question to you, Mr. Secretary, relates to the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex. There have been reports that the United States is working with Israel to take away the Kingdom of Jordan's custodianship over the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex in East Jerusalem. Can you confirm today that there's no truth?
I'm not even aware of those reports.
There are reports, so I was hoping you could confirm.
Is that like a media report, or?
There have been several media reports. Yes.
Well, you know the media is always accurate.
No, they're not, and that's why I'm giving.
Yeah, no, I've never even heard
So
that.
if
That's
you
the
could
first time I even hear anybody discuss that.
All right, well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr.
But we have a great relationship with Jordan, you know, and we're very helpful. So I've just never heard that before. You should, I don't know what article you're referring to, just give it to me, I'll look at it.
I'm happy to.
Is it a credible website? or?
I'm glad to hear you say, Mr. Secretary, there's no truth.
I've never heard that discussed by
Thank you.
anybody.
Thank you much. Senator Paul, you're up next. Oops, I'm sorry. Senator Deans was here earlier. I apologize, Senator. Senator Deans.
Chairman, thank you. Ranking Member Shaheen, good to see you as well. One of the underreported successes for your diplomacy and this administration is what's happened to the peace agreement, a landmark agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I know, Mr. Secretary, you just were in the region most recently. A major step forward for a region long beset by conflict, nearly 40 years of a hot war. And through your leadership and President Trump's leadership, you've brought true peace to an area of the world sandwiched in between Russia and Iran. It was creative thinking that led to the establishment of the Trump route for international peace and prosperity as a solution to some of the stickier issues in that negotiation. The program promises to be a boon, not only for Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also many neighboring countries. As Brzezinski once said, talking on the global chessboard, his book, that Central Asia is the wine bottle and Azerbaijan's the cork. You uncork the wine bottle, suddenly you've got oil and gas and critical minerals flowing back towards the West instead of to Russia, to China, and to Iran. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us a little bit about how you plan to implement the TRIP framework agreements and deliver major economic benefit to both the United States in a very historically troubled region?
Thanks. Actually, as you said, I was there last week. What was it, Tuesday maybe? We signed the TRIP agreement between the U.S. and Armenia, and this is, you described it as a corridor, which I know it's the anchor of a peace agreement with Armenia and Azerbaijan, and that's critical, but it's much more than just the anchor of a peace agreement. It really has the opportunity to revolutionize Armenia's strategic location and become a central hub for trade in the region. It solves the issue of access that Azerbaijan cared about, and it was an irritant in their relationship, but it does much more than that. It has the ability to transform the Armenian economy in a very powerful way. Here's the other thing that it's done. You know, for a long period of time, our relations with Armenia were quite stagnant, and in many cases, I would argue, almost non-existent. It has also reinvigorated that relationship between our two countries and allow us to explore opportunities in all sorts of other fields. So we're involved in that very heavily now. We just literally just signed the agreement, and it will allow us to drive and hopefully incentivize U.S. private sector investment in this corridor to the benefit of American companies and American interests, but also to the benefit of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and other regional countries. I would also argue, by the way, and just to point out, and I don't mean this again, I think this is pretty well understood in the open source reporting, the Russians are less than happy about our engagement there. I think there's evidence that they would like the current president to lose his election as a result of this growing relationship with the United States. To be clear, we're not there to infringe on Armenian sovereignty. We're not asking them not to be friends with other countries. We just want to be able to have a relationship with them that's built not just on peace. Peace is important, but that's just the beginning. It's the economic opportunities that it provides. There are American companies and American workers that will benefit from it, but the Armenian people will be the ultimate beneficiaries of this corridor opening.
Just remarkable. And we were there together, in fact, last August at the White House when President Aliyev of Azerbaijan, Prime Minister Pashinyan, Armenia, came to sign that agreement with President Trump's leadership. To think a Shiite Muslim country, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, one of the oldest Christian countries in the world, came together to sign a peace agreement was truly a breakthrough. And so it's an underreported story, in my opinion, Mr. Secretary. I think we need to get the story out. This is a critical geopolitical problem that has been definitely remedied by the leadership of this
Yeah, I mean,
administration.
the key, Senator Daines, is going to be execution. Like, you can sign an agreement, you can have the things in place. We now have to make sure we are focused on driving it and ensuring that to the extent American companies can contribute to the infrastructure, to the railway, to the highway, to everything that needs to happen in order for that corridor to open, and then the spin-off effect of it as well. We don't need to dominate it. We're not asking for an American monopoly economic, but we do want our companies to get a fair shake in there. And by the way, partnering with Armenian companies in many cases, so it becomes mutually beneficial.
Secretary, before my time runs out, I want to bring up one very important final point. As you well know, I've been spending a lot of time over the past few years working with our friends in Central Asia, across the Caspian there, with the 5 Central Asian countries. Things are progressing well thanks to your engagement and encouragement and President Trump's. And we're seeing a lot of fruit from last year's C5+1 summit that was right here in Washington. That being said, there is still a major hurdle to strengthen our ties. One of the key irritants to our friends in Azerbaijan and in Central Asia is the infamous Jackson-Vanik trade restrictions. These are Soviet-era relic restrictions. In fact, Senator Murphy and I are the co-leads on the repeal. It's long past due that we get this changed. Mr. Secretary, is removing these restrictions a priority for you and your department? And removing them have a significant impact on our relations with Central Asia?
Yeah, it's a detriment. We'd like to see it removed, and I think you should talk to the chairman and the ranking member about putting it on the agenda with you guys. They're right there. You can tell them. But...
It's finance.
Oh, it's finance. You don't have
Finance
jurisdiction over that?
It is.
That's my job.
And Mr. Secretary,
There you-
Finance.
Well, that's good. That's what I
more-
do too. It's not my job. It's
and our encouragement from our friends over in the House will be helpful. We'll work with you on that, Mr. Secretary.
you should get it
Thank you.
passed. I mean,
Thank you.
look,
We
it
need
would
to
be
get done.
very helpful.
Yeah, it would be. Thank you.
Absolutely.
First of all, let me say that I absolutely concur with the Secretary and Senator Daines with you, and I've talked to the President about this, as you know, and I have actually talked to the Chairman of the Finance Committee, who I know relatively well, and we actually have a plan for going forward, and you and I are going to meet on that here pretty quickly.
I'm glad I have friends in high places, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
But no, you're absolutely right on that, and it's just in the queue. So with that, let us go to Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, Mr. Secretary, National Security Advisor, good to see you again. I know from our service here together that you agree that China is the greatest national security threat that we face. And one of the key reasons is their repeated threats to take control of Taiwan by force if necessary. And Taiwan, as we both know, is not just some faraway island. It produces 90% of the semiconductor chips critical to everything from F-35s to iPhones. And its geography makes it indispensable, both to global commerce and military power. Do you agree with that?
Taiwan? Yeah, it's not just strategically important in terms of where it's located. It also is the message that it sends to the world if something were to happen to it.
Agreed. That's why for decades, really with leadership from the Senate in a bipartisan way, we've provided arms to deter the PRC's potential military aggression. In fact, you introduced the Taiwan Peace Through Strength Act of 2023. In January, Congress pre-approved a $14 billion arms package for Taiwan. It's been 6 months. We haven't received a notification. Have you advised President Trump to proceed with this?
Yeah, it's under but I don't know if you were here a moment ago when I discussed. We just did $11 billion in December, which was, I think, the largest sale in history. It's certainly, I think it was more than the cumulative amount under the Biden administration. And I recall during 6 years of the Obama administration, there was zero gone to Taiwan. So some way you would argue that we're trying to make up ground.
So why hold off on it now?
Well, so the other 14 is being reviewed. It's under review. It hasn't been. I think it's been noticed, but it hasn't been reviewed. I mean, it hasn't been approved yet.
So
it's
here's
under
my
review under the
concern.
White House.
Mr. Secretary, my concern is that President Trump has said publicly that arms sales to Taipei are a great negotiating chip with China. And my concern at a time when the PRC has been far more aggressive than they were in previous years, centerline crossing, circumnavigation of Australia, aiding Iran and Russia in their war goals and aims, frankly, literally helping Iranians target U.S. service members. I respect the importance of our having an open negotiation and relationship with the PRC, but in the meetings you were in Beijing, did the president offer to condition arms sales to Taiwan in order to placate Xi Jinping?
Well, look, I'm not going to discuss what was the president's words in a meeting and not. Suffice it to say that, that specific question you just asked, that's not the context in which the president has raised this in the past. When the president says it's a great negotiating thing, what he's really saying is it's because China, as you can imagine, always mentions this. Like, this is a top priority for them. They are constantly talking about Taiwan arms sales. But that in no way is what is holding up our decision-making or the White House's decision-making. It is something the president will have to decide on the timing of when and how that is executed on. It's been approved by Congress. It's been noticed. The money's available. And as I said, we are just coming off the heels of a very large sale in December of last year. So there are a variety of reasons why these things don't happen immediately.
Well, I'll just assert, Mr. Secretary, that there is more reason than ever for the administration with congressional support to continue providing robust military capacity to Taiwan, given that the PRC is more and more regionally aggressive. You also introduced and passed legislation in 23 prohibiting any president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. I assume this was because you recognize that our alliances are a key advantage against Russia, against China, against other adversaries. Do you still consider Article 5 an unconditional commitment?
Yeah, so let me address that holistically, if it's okay, because I think we have time to do it. First of all, you're right. I have, throughout my entire career in the Senate, and through much of my time now in this administration, been a supporter of NATO. I see its utility. The key, and I'm just being honest with you when we talk about this, one of the key arguments that I would always use on behalf of NATO is the fact that it allows us basing rights that we could use in a contingency operation in a time of conflict, in a time of need, that we just have had. So when you have countries in this alliance, because understand, at the end of the day, we are providing basically the defense backbone of an entire continent of rich countries. These are not poor countries. These are rich countries. And the utility of NATO for us is that it provides these basing rights. Now we are living in a world in which some of these countries, I point to Spain as an example, openly brag about how they've denied us the use of these bases. And so if the core rationale for us being in NATO, if what we get out of NATO is the ability to use bases, and then we have members of that alliance that are basically denying the use of those bases in a contingency, it calls them to question the entire thing.
Forgive me, I have one more question I want to make sure we get to. Is it not true that some of the challenges in our NATO relations have only come after President Trump threatened to seize territory from a trusted and reliable and contributing partner?
Yeah, I don't think that's fair.
I think he publicly said both.
I know, but I don't
use tariffs to coerce Denmark into giving up Greenland.
Yeah, but just to tell you, look, if you go back and study the history of it, NATO tensions and debates within U.S. or whether we should be in NATO, in the 1970s, it was the reverse. It was the administration trying to stay in NATO and Congress trying to get us out.
Yes.
I happened to see a speech, they were playing it after he passed away on C-SPAN, Jesse Jackson at the 1988 Democratic Convention calling for the United States to get out of NATO.
I was
these
there.
Debates over NATO, you were at that?
As was Joe Biden.
Oh.
Joe Biden didn't support that position then, and I don't support that position.
But my point is that these debates about NATO have been ongoing for a long time.
There's about 1,100 vetted Afghan allies being held at Camp As-Saliyah in Qatar. And that includes 400 children and 150 family members of currently serving active duty U.S. service members. They've been stranded there for a year and a half. And there is talk of sending them either back to Afghanistan, into the waiting arms of the Taliban, or into war-torn and now Ebola-infected countries like the DRC. And these are people who they or their immediate family members served alongside U.S. soldiers at great risk. Can you commit to working with me and others in this body to support the relocation of these vetted individuals to the United States, especially those who are family members of currently serving U.S. soldiers?
Yeah, I can't. First of all, as you know, we're under an executive order now after the National Guard attack here, and so that happened last year. So we can't admit any Afghans at this point into the country. That said, You just pointed to them being sent back to Afghanistan. Our goal, we've worked on this, and we'll work with you on it,
Please.
is we have talked to multiple countries. Now, I don't know of any single country that's going to take 1,000 people. But we've talked to multiple countries about taking several hundred of these people and allowing them to move to a safe location. As you know, we are operating under not just those restrictions, but broader restrictions about immigration into the United States after 25 million people entered this country illegally over a 4-year period leading up to this administration.
president just
but I'll work
raised-
with you to find the right places for them to go. We want that to happen.
The president just raised the refugee cap exclusively to allow Afrikaners into our country. I would welcome a chance to work with you to find safe third countries for these Afghans. And I frankly think we ought to be revisiting our refugee policy, because the refugees who've come into our country in the past are the most vetted and often the highest contributing. As you know, my childhood church hosted a South Vietnamese family, and seeing the 5 of them become great Americans, entrepreneurs, contributors. It is refugees from oppression overseas, whether from Cuba or Venezuela, Vietnam or Afghanistan, who have long contributed to the United States. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Paul.
I'd like to revisit for a moment the boats that were blowing up in the Caribbean and the Pacific that referred to as drug boats. I think it's interesting that the 3 secret criteria we're using to blow up the boats doesn't include whether they have drugs on board. I would like to add that the statistics from the Coast Guard also say that when we interdict alleged drug boats in the historic way, the way we've always done it, about 1 in 4 don't have drugs. We make mistakes. We see something suspicious about the boat, we stop them, and they don't have drugs on board. I would also like to add that drugs is not a criteria for blowing up the boats that are called drug boats, but neither is arms. So in order to blow them up, we don't have to say that they're armed or have drugs. And I think a lot of people would have questions, which I still do. I am glad to hear today, though, that the administration and the negotiations are willing to trade sanctions relief for removal of enriched uranium. I've said for a long time and argued for a long time that sanctions in and of themselves rarely, if ever, are of any value. I've yet to see any Chinese behavior that's changed because of sanctions. I've yet to see any Russian behavior change because of sanctions. I've really yet to see any Iranian behavior change because of sanctions. However, sanctions do have some leverage and ability to exact change if you remove them. So the removal of sanctions might have some hope. So I support the administration in this. Now, there are many Republican critics who have been vocal on the airways recently saying, oh, no, we can never negotiate with them. These are terrible people. Well, you don't really negotiate with really friendly, good people. In a time of war, you're going to have to negotiate with an adversary. So I do commend and supportive of the idea of this. And the other thing is it's very verifiable. You don't even have to wait for verification. You could say the trade sanctions end as soon as we get the 440 kilograms of enriched uranium. Now, it has to be dug, I guess, some of it from under a mountain of rubble, but at the same time be very verifiable. But what I would argue and what I would advise is that you really, why not offer everything? Offer all of the relief of virtually all of the sanctions if you get it. Now, you can wait if that's what you want, is the enriched uranium out and a promise. Now, the rabid hawks will argue, well, we're not going to negotiate with terrorists. We're not going to negotiate with bad people. Then they'll continue to have enriched uranium, and they'll continue to enrich uranium. So I do think that the argument that there hasn't been a military solution to this is largely proven by the fact that even though we've militarily obliterated their military, all of that is true. It's as Fred Ickley wrote in Every War Must End, that military victory doesn't always translate or lead to political resolution or to things that you want done. What we really want done is no more enriched uranium, and you don't enrich uranium, you give up on these hopes. But I would say that as we are looking at trading sanctions, you say there's some you can do on your own, there's some that are congressional. I would be bringing in the leaders in the Congress who can give up on these sanctions and hopefully try to get their voice saying yes, if they will give up. Because if you give up a few piddling ones that won't change things, that the White House has the ability to do, and you still have all these congressional sanctions. If you're on the other side of that equation, you might say, we're not giving up the one thing we think is leverage. the enriched uranium for maybe a little bit of sanctions relief. So I would say really go all in on it, because it would be verifiable. You don't have to wait and prove it. You would have to prove in the future whether they're enriching. But I think that is a good step forward. But it's also important for people to have a discussion of what diplomacy is, and that diplomacy doesn't always have a bad name. And frankly, I'm glad to hear that the administration is negotiating, and I wish you luck. And I'd love to hear your response in general.
Well, first of all, the president's made clear the priority is Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And what do they need to have a nuclear weapon? They need a couple things. They need the ability to enrich. That has been substantially destroyed, but could always be rebuilt over time. And the second is the ability, and highly enriched uranium, it's 60%, that could quickly be enriched to 90% weapons grade. The second point you make is about sanctions. So that's the goal here. And the sanctions, first of all, there's a combination of sanctions. There's sanctions that block direct sort of activities that generate revenue. And that's problematic beyond the nuclear program, because they also use this revenue to fund sponsors, to sponsor terrorism like Hezbollah and others around the region. And then there's the frozen assets, which are related to sanctions, but these are Iranian assets that have been frozen that they don't have access to. So what I would argue, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself because we're not engaged in this conversation with them yet, but if you get into a situation in which the reason why there are sanctions are because the nuclear program, and so if they comply with what we're demanding on the nuclear side of it, zero enrichment, get rid of the enriched uranium, they're complying with these things, then I think that's the place where the frozen assets could be discussed. The more they give, the more they would get. I think ultimately we will still face other challenges related to Iran separate from the nuclear program, like what they use their money on, which is to sponsor Hezbollah and to sponsor Hamas and to sponsor terrorism around the world. But on the nuclear question, which was the president's been focused on now, no nuclear weapon program, the sanctions that are directly related to the nuclear program, the more they give, theoretically, the more they should be willing to get. What they're not going to get it is a down payment. They're not going to get it as a signing bonus. And I would also point out that negotiations on nuclear matters are highly complex, highly technical. And so it will take some time to work through that, as is sanctions, by the way, highly technical and in many cases multifaceted. There are UN sanctions, there are US sanctions, there are US congressional sanctions. So there's a lot to unravel there.
Is benefit from the idea of trading sanctions relief for activity. And if you don't ever trade them, if you just have them on the book, then I think they're of little value in changing behavior. Thank you.
Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you and I talked a lot about Africa, and I raised concerns about a lot of the cuts. We're seeing globally an increase in tuberculosis, an increase in malaria cases. We see a continued ongoing on the continent HIV crisis. And the United States has pulled back from a lot of its investments in those areas. Now with the crisis with Ebola, we see the challenges that have been brought about as a result of our surveillance, early detection, and the like. So I'm just very concerned about what the administration's strategy is, because we're clearly seeing here that what goes on the continent of Africa directly affects our public health as well.
Well, first of all, I don't agree with that assessment. I mean, first of all, it's not about cutting back. As if the response here is not just how much money you spend, it's what results you're going to get. Now, let's talk about Ebola for a second. Ebola, the outbreak in Ebola was in a war-torn, isolated rural area in the DRC. That's where that began. Since that time, our response has been very quick, very rapid.
Well, so you're saying you did not cut early detection periods. I'm not talking
I'm saying that whatever you're pointing to as the cut is not the reason why there was an Ebola outbreak.
I'm not connecting the two. I'm simply saying.
Well, you are connecting them. You said that our cuts.
Senator Rubio, I'm not trying to get in an argument with you. I would really like to actually have my questions answered. So very quickly, we cut early detection when it comes to infectious diseases on the continent. Factually, this is not an opinion. We made those cuts. We cut early warning systems on the continent.
It had nothing to do with the Ebola outbreak.
So I don't need to tell you, Secretary Rubio, that we're living in a place where an infectious disease crisis anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. The United States has made major reductions in these areas that have put us more at risk. If you're talking about this clearly Ebola crisis, there's other things and other cuts we've made, and you see it factually. Even our own State Department personnel that I've talked to are saying we're less prepared for a global outbreak than we were before. And my worry is, specifically in a budget hearing, is this budget makes even deeper cuts into the kind of things that could prevent the next outbreak, or, as we've seen with unfortunately with COVID, have us more prepared.
Yeah, I don't agree with that assessment. I don't know who told you that at the State Department.
So
just
let's
as an
move on.
example,
My time is limited.
I know, but that's an important question. I don't want to eat up your time, but I
No,
need to answer that because I just don't agree with that.
Mr. Secretary, you can't even agree on the facts. We
Because
made
that's not accurate. I mean, again, you look at what we've entered into with these
it's
countries.
not accurate that we cut early detection.
Because those have all been repurposed in different arrangements that we now have with these countries. As an example, when
Well,
we
I would like for the record, because we're not going to cover it in my short time, if you're telling me we are as prepared or more prepared before the Trump administration came in, I'd like to see the facts.
I think when these reforms are finalized, which we're on the verge of doing, we're actually going to be better prepared. We are responding today faster, not just to humanitarian crisis, but to outbreaks than we were before. We are responding in some cases within 72 hours, are able to move funds to task, which you weren't able to do in the old system. And we're also building the capacity of
Mr.
these
Secretary,
nation states through
Mr.
these
Secretary,
compacts.
may I please reclaim my time to shift gears? The Strait of Hormuz, I was listening to their conversations you had with some of my colleagues. We've now seen the Strait closed for months, and you explained that we're going to see an opening of the Strait, and that ultimately the exchange we will get for that is after that fact we will release certain sanctions. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was that if they open the straits, we will lift our blockade. The straits and the blockade are what are interrelated.
And so for the nuclear program, in exchange for getting rid of the fissile material out of country, I imagine, is what the highly enriched uranium, we would release sanctions. Is that correct?
Well, it's not just that. It's also their enrichment activity. They would have to, they would have to make very severe and significant concessions on what they intend to enrich in the future.
And already with the March relaxing of sanctions, allowing Iranians to sell oil to the Chinese, estimates have been between $10 and $50 billion they got from that relaxing of sanctions. How much money might we see in a deal in our relaxings of sanctions in order to get rid of the highly enriched uranium and stop their enrichment?
Well, let me just tell you on that portion. The sanctions that were released on Iran were boats on the water. And so that oil was already out in the marketplace. It was sold at market rates, but the sanctions covered, and to the extent we've been able to enforce them, we have the revenues of those sales. So yeah, the Iranian oil was unsanctioned so that it could be sold, but the revenue would have to flow back to blocked accounts, which our sanctions were able to go after. We've also seized, I believe, 6 vessels in the Indo-Pacific that involved Iranian sanctioned oil on top of it. So that wasn't necessarily a trade. They didn't get $50 billion directly as a result of. They might have gotten some of it. They certainly didn't get the majority of it. They are now losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day in revenue because of the blockade. And the blockade exists because of what they're doing in the straits.
Right, and I guess the conclusion I have, and my time's expired, is that the Strait of Hormuz was open before this unjustified war. We're now scrambling to try to find a way to get it back opened again. Not only is it causing economic havoc to our country and to residents all around this nation, families trying to make ends meet, but you see on top of that, the Iranians finding ways to leverage that, as we allowed them to do with the Chinese for tens of billions of dollars. And so my point is, before we even get to a nuclear negotiation, this regime is getting money to rebuild, purchase more drones, cause more havoc. And this is before we're even trying to get back to a
But
point
I apologize. I don't understand how they're getting this. What revenue are you referring to?
Well, there's 2 sources of revenue we're seeing. One is the revenue from the Chinese, that's factually documented. And number 2, the revenue that you're proposing that they should receive by releasing all of their highly enriched uranium, as well as in making a commitment about their enrichment capacities.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on. And that was the exact deal that you guys vilified, that the president and you vilified President Obama from having.
Yeah, no,
So
I don't
here we
think those
have
are
a
not the same.
worse situation where
Those are not the same
our
deals.
adversary and our enemy, who's causing havoc in the region, who is funding proxies and terrorists, has discovered, thanks to you all, the power of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz.
No, they didn't
which
discover.
is
They
all-
knew that a long time ago, and they've done it before.
Clearly, we all knew that a long time ago. That's why this
And they intended to do this at
ill-conceived
some point
war
in the
should have
future
never
as well.
happened.
Yeah, but-
you have
but-
made our adversary in a stronger negotiating position. We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and we're in a stalemate with Iran. And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all
We're not
trashed in
begging.
the first place.
There's no one begging. I don't know.
Clearly, this is a
Senator
shame.
Booker, your time's up.
But can
Senator
I just-
Rubio, since he's
I do
gone
want to
over, you
address
can
some of these points
respond.
because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy is losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. that they are losing. Understand, Iran had street protests going on before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening. They have hyperinflation, their currency's completely devalued, they're struggling to make payroll for their government workers. Iran is in a very serious situation, and if it was up to the political class there, and I understand everybody there is sort of radical in some way, but if it was up to the people that actually like go to elections and wear the suits and you see on TV, they'd probably make a deal tomorrow. It's the issue they're facing is that the supreme leader and the IRGC Corps are a little bit more immune from those pressures until they can be convinced otherwise. And I think that's the direction that they're moving in, because the reality, I don't know where you're getting this perception that Iran is stronger. Iran has no navy left. They've lost a substantial percentage of their defense industrial base. That Iran has lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers, and their economy is far worse today, and I mean far worse today, than it was 6 to 9 months ago. And they are looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs just to get to where they were 6 months ago.
Mr. Rubio, you keep telling us how we're winning this war. The president keeps saying,
well, the war's over
completely
now.
Annihilated. The war is not over. And yet the American people see how we're losing at the pump and with their costs, and yet this thing still hasn't been resolved. Every day he tweets out, oh, we've obliterated them, we've annihilated them, they're going to surrender. But yet we still find ourselves spending billions of dollars a week
Senator
on
Booker,
war abroad.
you've gone way over, and I've been
It would
very
be nice
generous
if we
on
had
the time.
hearings where people
Thank
had to
you,
be held
Senator
accountable.
Booker. Senator Scott.
All right. Secretary Rubio, so first off, do you think it's important to Americans that the Iranian regime doesn't have nuclear weapons and ability to destroy?
I think it's important to the world.
Yeah.
The whole world. I mean, this question about the Straits is a great example. Imagine, the Straits gives them leverage. Imagine what nuclear weapons would give them leverage to do. At that point, they wouldn't even have to announce that we're controlling this. They would just say, we control the Straits. There's nothing you can do about it because our nuclear weapon will allow us to do it. You will have to pay us a toll for using an international waterway from now on, and you can't do anything to us militarily because we'll blow you up with a nuclear weapon. That is the leverage that they were trying to build. If they ever got a nuclear weapon, not only would they have a nuclear weapon, not only would they control the Straits, they would be able to act with impunity because you wouldn't be able to touch them. You wouldn't be able to do anything about them.
Right. I want to thank you for what you're doing. Let's talk about Latin America, which is, as you know, important to a lot of people in our state. So thanks for what you've done with both Venezuela and Cuba. Let's do Venezuela first. I think every Venezuelan I know is appreciative of what happened with Maduro. And I know you have a three-step process to get to democracy there. Can you talk about where you are? I mean, I know you've busted your butt to try to get Delcy Rodriguez to do the right thing. We still, unfortunately, have political prisoners not released. We still have oppression. So can you just talk about the process you're going through?
Well, first of all, I remind everybody, what's today, the 2nd? So it's literally been 5 months.
Right.
Like, I know it seems like it was 10 years ago, but it's been 5 months. And I think Venezuela is in a better place today and in a better trajectory today than it was 5 months ago. Now, is it where it needs to be? Is it where it needs to ultimately wind up? The answer is, of course, no. Ultimately, in order to truly transition, they have to have multi-party, free and fair elections. But the conditions for free and fair elections are the following. First of all, you have to have a free and open media. And while you've seen independent journalists are now, for the first time, activated again, that has to exist. Political parties have to be given the space and time to organize. The National Electoral Council has to be reformed so that it has members in it that will actually accurately count the vote. You have to have certain conditions in place. I'm not telling you that's 5 years from now, but it's been 5 months, so I want to be relative to that. Here's what I can tell you. For the first time, certainly, since 20, whenever, in the pre-Chavez era, maybe ever, and certainly since the post-Chavez era, the oil wealth of the country is not being stolen. The oil wealth of the country is going directly to pay government workers, buy medical equipment, audited by KPMG. That's a significant advance. That's not a permanent situation, but that's a very valuable one today. You have seen reforms. You have seen, for example, the infamous prison, El Acoide, it's been closed. You still have about 400 and something, what we determined to believe to be political prisoners, but you've had many others that have been released, including many high-profile ones. You've seen a systemic reform in individuals involved in their government, replaced by new people. Some we don't know well, others we know a little bit about, but certainly better than the people whose place they took before. You've seen a level of cooperation on a couple of topics that I actually can't even discuss in a setting like this, but be more than happy to talk to you about, any of you about, in the appropriate setting. And I think that's been a positive. By the way, you've seen the retrieval. The United States, with the full cooperation of the Venezuelans, went in and retrieved highly enriched uranium. They had highly enriched uranium in their country because of an old reactor program, not because of nuclear weapons or anything, and they wanted it out of their country. And we were able to go in and actually retrieve it along with the UK mission that went in with us and get it. We have a functioning embassy, and we have direct flights for the first time. Venezuelans are now able to go back, not just visit relatives, but begin to engage in the economic life of the country. All of that is to say, it's been 5 months, there is a lot more to go. This is not the direction we want Venezuela to be. But what I will say is that the Venezuela that's there now, under the interim authorities, does not pose the threat to the United States that it posed 5 months ago, when it was an open base of operation for Iranian operatives, for Cuban intelligence, and for others who used it as a base of operation against the national interest. But we have a lot of work to do. We are nowhere near where we want to get to there.
Can you give the same thing about Cuba? I mean,
Cuba's a
we
very
did the
different,
right thing
yeah.
by
I mean, I think
writing-
the misnomer about Cuba, or the misunderstanding about Cuba, Cuba's actually not controlled by the government. Cuba's controlled by a military holding company named Gaesa. And Gaesa virtually owns anything, they own the tourist sector, they own mining, they own the gas stations, they own everything. They generate about 70% of Cuba's GDP is under the control of this military company. And they're sitting on between $14 and $17 billion in assets. So you have people literally starving, people literally like power grid that hasn't been maintained in 10 years. And yet you have this holding military company sitting on these assets. And by the way, not a penny of the money in the military holding company translates over to the public treasury. So the fundamental challenge we have here is that Cuba needs to be, in order for it not to continue to be a failed state, which poses a threat to the United States, they need systemic and serious reform. They need to have economic reforms. And the question is, can they possibly reform, given the people who are currently in charge, both of Gaesa and of their government? And I think the answer is they can. I really don't believe this system is capable of reform unless new people take over or a new mindset takes hold. Now, we've engaged in conversations with them. We've offered them what I think needs to happen in order for their economy to recover. And that's the last point I would make, is I think somebody raised this issue of a oil blockade. Cuba was having blackouts well before January 3rd of this year. They were having blackouts for years. And they were having blackouts for two reasons. Number one, no one will give you free oil except Maduro. That's what's changed here. What's changed here is they're no longer getting free oil from Venezuela. And number two, the main reason why they have energy blackouts is because they didn't invest a single dollar back into their plants, back into improving their plants. And they could have bought this equipment from any company in the world, but they didn't invest in it. Instead, they invested it to build tourist hotels that now sit empty because there's no tourism into Cuba. So Cuba's a little bit more complicated than Venezuela, but it's a mess.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, I trust you're familiar with then CENTCOM Commander and future Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis's famous quote about the importance of funding our foreign policy apparatus. In 2013, in response to a question from the now chairman of SASC, General Mattis pointed out that if you don't find, and I quote him, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition ultimately, end quote. Unfortunately, despite his service in the first Trump administration, the second time around, you seem to have taken the message as a blueprint rather than as a warning. The budget that you're presenting today cuts the State Department by about a third, after you previously tried to enact steep cuts and eliminations last year, many of which were already rebuked by Congress on a bipartisan basis. Time and again, this administration uses our military as a first tool of choice, manufacturing new crises and new conflicts that worsen the situation for folks abroad as well as for American people back here at home. And now you're here to justify a budget request that further undermines our diplomatic apparatus, the tools and professionals that are critical for not only preventing crises before they begin, but those who will be responsible for negotiating our way out of Trump's war of choice in Iran and whatever other nightmares he dreams up with. So based on how this administration has conducted itself for the last year, our adversaries are learning that the United States is not a reliable negotiator. They're learning that we will quickly turn to using force before working to alleviate crisis points and prevent war. I'm very concerned that that in turn increases the risk of our adversaries jumping to use force first, increasing risk to American citizens and American interests around the world. We saw that instinct for the military option in the Caribbean and in Venezuela. And now we're seeing threats of it in Cuba while we're still engaged in the Middle East, where President Trump is blowing a shocking amount of money and failing to uphold his solemn duty to put our service members at risk only for the most serious and imminent national security threats to American people. Mr. Secretary, you also wear the hat of a national security advisor. So with both that hat and as Secretary of State, do you agree that this administration has spent more on Trump's war in Iran than you are requesting today for this entire State Department budget request?
Yeah, I can't speak to the Department of War would have to speak to you about the money and what they calculate are the costs. I can't give you an accurate answer on that because that's
Okay.
not the thing that I look at.
I would think you would have some insight because you are on national security.
Well, I've seen the
also.
testimony that Secretary Hegseth and others have conducted in front of their oversight committees, but I just can't. I don't want to give you an answer that's not accurate.
Okay.
So.
Well, this week, let me put out some numbers that I have. This week, the cost of President Trump's illegal war choice against Iran are likely to balloon past $35 billion by the rate from DOD's own May calculations and surpass your FY 2027 budget request of $35.1 billion for the State Department and related programs. That's an astonishing figure, worth repeating. In just 14 weeks, President Trump will have blown through as much, if not more money in Iran than he thinks Congress should spend on U.S. diplomacy for the entirety of the next fiscal year. This administration's distorted priorities have unfortunately revealed some stark lessons for our allies and partners as well. The United States' use of force first will make them less secure as they'll be caught in the crossfire, left scrambling to protect themselves and their people. Mr. Secretary, do you agree that under Operation Epic Fury, our allies and partners in the region have expressed concern about their security and the threats that followed from this administration's uncoordinated actions?
No, I think our allies in the region have been very cooperative, some obviously very aggressively cooperative, like the UAE as an example. Kuwait's been fantastic. Obviously, no country likes to have their oil and their energy infrastructure hit, but I think it's a reminder to them of the threat that Iran poses. And the one lesson when this is all said and done is it's reminded them of, despite all the friendly talk that you've seen in the past, how dangerous Iran is to their own interests, how the billions of dollars Iran has spent, despite sanctions, Iran found the money to build drones and rockets. Okay. And luckily, we've taken a lot of them out, but they still have some, and they still have the ability to launch
My question is about our allies in the region expressing concerns, because, you see, public reporting in early May revealed that Saudi Arabia denied U.S. basing and overflight related to Trump's ill-conceived plan to escort ships through the Straits of Hormuz, and they're still not supportive of this risky tanker escort plan. And the Strait is still worse off today than it was before Trump initiated this war. And that doesn't even touch on the wider global lessons being learned by our allies and partners.
Yeah, we don't face any...
From the Shangri-La dialogue, where I heard from folks across the Indo-Pacific and especially in Southeast Asia, who are being hit hard by the same rising energy costs that are devastating American communities. And frankly, this administration insists on using military force as a first resort instead of a last resort, no matter the deadly cost of self-defeating impacts. Your budget request here would sadly perpetuate that trend and undermine the roles and responsibilities that you should be fulfilling as Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, I didn't get to answer any of that.
I didn't ask you a question.
Well, she didn't answer the question. She doesn't want me to answer? Can I answer anyway?
I didn't ask him a question.
Okay. Well, but she made a bunch of points. I get to answer them, right? First of all, I don't understand this thing with let me tell you, we were just here, maybe you weren't here, we were just talking about it. We did a peace deal with Azerbaijan and Armenia. We just signed the TRIP agreement yesterday, actually, or last week we signed it. Last night I officialized it. That was diplomacy.
That's great, but the Trump administration has still blown through more money in 14 weeks.
Do I get to talk
than this entire budget that you're requesting.
Senator Duckworth, I'm going to let Senator Rubio reply to the statements that you made at his request.
Yeah,
But we've got a hard stop at 12:30.
Okay, but I know, but you said a lot of stuff. I get to answer some of it. All right, so the first is the second is India-Pakistan. We ended that war. We were involved in helping broker that. Thailand, Cambodia, that's diplomacy. We've been very engaged in fact, as I sit here now speaking to you, I've got the Lebanese government and the Israeli government meeting at the State Department starting at 8:30 this morning for the fourth time after engaging last week at the military level. So we're carrying out now, we're carrying out diplomacy all over the world constantly and very successfully in many cases. Now, let me make one more point that you raised about the budget request. Guys, we understand how this process works, okay? You guys understand. I know because I've been here all the time. We OMB produces sort of timelines for every agency. We put forward a budget. We say, this is the money we've been allocated. This is how we would spend it. There is a congressional process, which I'm sure you're aware of. And in my time here, 16 years that I was here, I don't ever recall us once ever taking the president's budget and passing it into law. I'm not walking away from the budget. We can make it work if that's the budget you give us. But I have a sense, I have a suspicion, right, Senator Schatz, that we're going to have to work with you, that we're going to have to, well, that we're going to have to work with you guys on a budget request that meets your priorities and ours. That's how it works. You guys are the appropriators. We have to work within we will tell you what we care about, we will tell you how we're going to spend the money, but ultimately you will provide us a spending bill, and we will work through those parameters. But we have given you what we can live with. We can make it work. But if you want to, if you're obviously going to have changes here in Congress. But this stuff about diplomacy and the money spent on the war, diplomacy's always cost less money. We don't buy missiles. We don't buy rockets. We don't buy large airplanes and aircraft carriers. But we've been very effective. And I can give you list after list of places where we have had an impact in either de-escalating crisis before it started or ending active wars. And I'm very proud of the work that we've done in that regard, some of which haven't even been publicly discussed in some cases because they weren't high profile. And my last point. We remain heavily engaged in areas that may or may not at the core of our national interests, but nonetheless are related to our national interests. You think about Sudan for a moment and the Quad. This has been a very frustrating situation to put together, but we helped convene a donor conference that got pledges for when that is resolved. We've put a lot of time and energy in a situation that right now, unfortunately, has turned into a proxy in the Middle East because of the UAE and the Saudis on opposite sides of it. In Libya, where our work in Libya now it's still divided, but they, for the first time ever, have a joint budget. For the first time ever, are cooperating on energy deals that are going to be beneficial to the people of Libya. So I just don't think it's fair to say we're not actively involved in diplomacy on last year's budget and spending, because we are, and we have been, and to great success.
Thank you. Senator Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clock setter, thank you for resetting the clock. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. And I'm always truly impressed with your ability to navigate around the globe so articulately and explain the positions. Like you previously, I chair the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee. One of the focuses that I've had is on Taiwan and Taiwan's relationship in the Western Hemisphere. We actually had our first subcommittee hearing on Taiwan's allies in the Western Hemisphere. And as you well know, Honduras switched diplomatic recognition away from Taiwan in 2023 in exchange for a lot of promises from China. No surprise, those promises have not been fulfilled. And the current president, during his campaign, talked about returning back to Taiwan and restoring that relationship with Taiwan. In your budget, you have $245 million for the Countering PRC Influence Fund. And I'd like to note Senator Van Hollen and I have a bill that would actually carve off a portion of that specifically for Taiwan and countering the PRC influence there. So I guess my question is, what can
unfolding between Iran, the United States, and Lebanon is no longer a story about a single battlefield. It is no longer a story about a single airstrike, a single militia, or a single diplomatic dispute. What is happening now is something larger, something that military planners, intelligence agencies, and governments across the region have been quietly preparing for over years. Because every major conflict has a moment when the participants stop asking whether tensions are rising and start asking a different question entirely. How far can this spread? That question is now hanging over the Middle East. In recent weeks, military activity across the region has intensified. Warnings have become sharper. Rhetoric has become more aggressive. Forces that once operated through distance and deniability are finding themselves pulled closer to direct confrontation. And at the center of all of it sits a dangerous reality that few leaders are willing to say publicly. The line separating a regional conflict from a wider regional war has become increasingly difficult to see. The immediate focus remains Lebanon. For decades, Lebanon has occupied a unique position in Middle Eastern geopolitics. It is a country where local politics, regional rivalries, foreign interests, and military calculations intersect in ways few outsiders fully appreciate. A development in Lebanon rarely stays confined to Lebanon. That has been true for generations. It remains true today. The latest escalation has drawn renewed attention to the relationship between Iran and the armed groups it supports throughout the region. For years, this network has been one of Tehran's most important strategic tools. It allows influence without direct occupation. It allows pressure without conventional warfare. It allows power projection without requiring the deployment of large standing armies beyond Iran's borders. But every strategy carries risks. The more influence expands, the more responsibilities expand with it. And when crises erupt, those connections that once provided strategic depth can become strategic liabilities. That is the challenge Iran faces today. Because events in Lebanon are no longer being viewed in isolation. They are being viewed through the broader lens of US-Iran competition. Every strike is analyzed for its wider implications. Every statement is examined for hidden signals. Every military movement is scrutinized by governments looking for clues about what might happen next. The result is an atmosphere of uncertainty that grows heavier with each passing week. To understand why this matters, it is necessary to step back and look at the larger picture. For decades, the relationship between the United States and Iran has been defined by a cycle of pressure and response. Sanctions lead to countermeasures. Countermeasures lead to warnings. Warnings lead to military preparations. Preparations lead to new rounds of tension. The cycle repeats. Sometimes the temperature rises, sometimes it falls, but the underlying competition never disappears. Now that competition is intersecting with an increasingly unstable regional environment. That is what makes this moment different. A single incident no longer remains a single incident. Every event now carries the potential to trigger reactions elsewhere. Military planners call this escalation risk. And escalation risk is one of the most dangerous forces in international politics because it often grows without anyone intending it to grow. History provides many examples. Governments enter a crisis expecting limited consequences. They assume the situation can be controlled. They assume the other side understands their intentions. They assume there are off-ramps available. Then events begin moving faster than decision-makers can manage. The danger today is not necessarily that any major power wants a broader conflict. The danger is that multiple actors may be operating under different assumptions at the same time. And when assumptions collide, miscalculations follow. That possibility is why so many governments are watching Lebanon so closely. Because Lebanon is not merely a country caught between competing interests. It is increasingly becoming a testing ground for regional deterrence. Every action sends a message. Every response sends another. The question is whether those messages are being interpreted correctly. Washington has made clear that it wants to prevent further instability. At the same time, it has demonstrated a willingness to maintain a significant military presence in the region. Naval assets remain active. Air defenses remain on alert. Strategic partnerships remain in place. These measures are designed to reassure allies and discourage escalation. But deterrence is a complicated concept. It only works when all parties interpret the signal in the same way. One side sees deterrence. Another side may see preparation. One side sees defense. Another side may see pressure. That ambiguity creates space for misunderstanding. Iran faces its own strategic calculations. The country has spent years developing relationships, capabilities, and influence across multiple theaters. Those investments were designed to create leverage. Leverage can be valuable. It can provide options during crises. It can create bargaining power. It can increase resilience. Yet leverage also creates obligations. When allies come under pressure, expectations emerge. When tensions rise, decisions become more difficult. The greater the network, the greater the complexity. That complexity is becoming increasingly visible. Lebanon is experiencing the consequences firsthand. Economic pressures remain severe. Political divisions remain unresolved. Institutional weaknesses continue to limit the government's ability to respond effectively to national emergencies. Against that backdrop, every new security challenge places additional strain on a system that was already under pressure. The result is a growing sense of uncertainty among ordinary citizens. For families, businesses, and communities, geopolitical calculations often feel distant. But their consequences do not. Supply chains are affected. Investment decisions are delayed. Economic confidence weakens. Markets react. Prices change. The effects move through society in ways that statistics alone rarely capture. This is one reason regional stability matters so much. Stability is not merely a diplomatic objective. It is an economic asset. It is a social asset. It is the foundation upon which normal life depends. And when stability begins to erode, the consequences spread far beyond military affairs. That is what makes the current situation so concerning. The crisis is no longer confined to military planners and political leaders. Its effects are increasingly being felt by ordinary people. Meanwhile, the information environment has become a battlefield of its own. Claims circulate rapidly. Rumors spread across social media. Conflicting narratives compete for attention. Every development is instantly amplified. In previous decades, governments often had hours or days to shape public understanding of events. Today, they may have minutes, sometimes less. That acceleration creates new challenges. Decision makers must react faster. Audiences demand immediate explanations. Analysts race to interpret incomplete information. And incomplete information is one of the most dangerous ingredients in any crisis. Because uncertainty encourages speculation. Speculation encourages fear. Fear encourages overreaction. The cycle feeds itself. This is why experienced diplomats often emphasize communication during periods of tension. Communication reduces uncertainty. Uncertainty reduction lowers escalation risk. The problem is that communication becomes increasingly difficult as mistrust grows. And mistrust is abundant throughout the region. Years of conflict have created deep skepticism between competing actors. Each side questions the intentions of the other. Each side assumes hidden motives. Each side prepares for worst-case scenarios. That environment makes compromise harder, not impossible, but harder. The military dimension is equally important. Modern conflicts are not simply contests of firepower. They are contests of endurance. Resources matter. Logistics matter. Economic capacity matters. Political cohesion matters. Public support matters. The ability to sustain operations over time often becomes more important than initial strength. This reality shapes the calculations of every government involved. No country enters a prolonged crisis without considering the costs. Military costs, economic costs, political costs, diplomatic costs, all of them accumulate. And accumulation changes behavior. The longer a crisis continues, the more pressure leaders face to demonstrate results. That pressure can create incentives for risk-taking. Risk-taking creates uncertainty. Uncertainty creates instability. The pattern is familiar. History has seen it before. The concern today is that multiple pressures are converging simultaneously. Regional tensions, economic challenges, political expectations, security concerns, all operating at the same time. That combination can produce outcomes few anticipated at the beginning. Which brings us back to the central question: how far can this spread? It is a simple question, but it is the question driving conversations in capitals across the world. Because the answer affects far more than Iran. It affects Lebanon. It affects Israel. It affects the United States. It affects energy markets, trade routes, investment flows, security partnerships. The consequences extend well beyond the region itself. And that is why every new development receives such intense attention. Governments are not merely monitoring events. They are attempting to understand trajectories. Where is this heading? What comes next? What signals matter? Which warnings should be taken seriously? These are not academic questions. They influence real decisions being made in real time. The difficulty is that crises rarely unfold in straight lines. They move through phases. Periods of escalation are followed by periods of restraint. Moments of confrontation are followed by moments of diplomacy. Progress and setbacks often occur simultaneously. That makes prediction extraordinarily difficult. It also explains why confident forecasts should be treated cautiously. The future remains uncertain. What is clear is that the region has entered a period of heightened volatility. The margin for error has narrowed. The stakes have increased, and the number of actors involved continues to grow. Whether this ultimately leads to de-escalation or deeper confrontation remains one of the defining questions of the moment. The answer will depend on decisions made in capitals, command centers, and negotiating rooms over the weeks ahead. It will depend on whether restraint can outweigh pressure, whether communication can outweigh mistrust, whether strategic patience can outweigh short-term impulses. Those choices matter because history repeatedly demonstrates the same lesson. Crises do not become dangerous only because of their initial causes. They become dangerous because of how people respond to them. The current confrontation between Iran, the United States, and the forces operating throughout Lebanon has not yet reached its final chapter. Far from it. The situation remains fluid. The risks remain real. The possibilities remain open. But one reality is already impossible to ignore. The Middle East has entered another period of profound uncertainty. And uncertainty has a way of revealing the strengths, weaknesses, assumptions, and limitations of every government involved. The world is watching military movements. It is watching diplomatic signals. It is watching statements, warnings, and negotiations. Yet beneath all those headlines sits a deeper question, not whether tensions exist, not whether the crisis is serious. Those facts are already clear. The real question is whether the leaders involved can prevent a dangerous regional confrontation from becoming something larger. Because once escalation begins moving faster than diplomacy, events develop a momentum of their own. And momentum is one of the few forces in international politics that even powerful nations struggle to control. I want to step away from Iran for a moment, not because Iran is unimportant, we will return to it, but because while everyone is watching the missiles and the oil fields and the naval positioning in the Persian Gulf, something equally consequential is happening in a place that is barely receiving any serious analytical attention. And the reason it is not receiving attention is that the story it tells is deeply uncomfortable for the people who would normally be telling it. The story is about Europe. And the argument I want to make today is one that will upset people from multiple directions. I am going to argue that Europe is not being weakened by Russia. It is not being destabilized by American pressure or Trump's erratic diplomacy. Europe is being dismantled by its own leadership through choices its own governments are making at a speed and completeness that no external adversary could realistically achieve through force. Let me show you what I mean, using the framework of structural analysis and game theory that we have been building all semester. Before you can evaluate any strategy, you must establish what the strategy is supposed to achieve. This sounds obvious, but it is the step that most political commentary skips entirely, jumping straight to whether a policy is good or bad without first establishing what good or bad means relative to the actual objective. So, what is Europe trying to achieve? If you ask European leaders this question in formal settings, the answer is consistent and reasonable. They want security, protection from military threats to their territory, and sovereignty. They want prosperity, the material conditions that allow their populations to live stable, dignified lives. They want political stability, the maintenance of democratic institutions and social cohesion. And they want strategic autonomy, the ability to make decisions in their own interest rather than being a passive object of other powers' strategies. These are legitimate, internally consistent goals. Any reasonable person would endorse them. Now, the second question, the one that changes everything, is the current strategy actually producing these outcomes? Here is where the analysis becomes uncomfortable. Because when you examine what European governments have actually done across the last several years and measure the results against these stated objectives, the gap between intention and outcome is not marginal. It is catastrophic. For several decades, the competitive advantage of European industry, particularly German industry, which formed the productive core of the entire European economic project, rested on a specific structural foundation. Russian natural gas, delivered through pipeline infrastructure at prices that reflected geographic proximity and long-term contract stability, provided European manufacturers with energy costs that their competitors in other regions could not match. This was not a political choice or an ideological preference. It was geography and economics producing a natural advantage. German chemical manufacturing, German precision engineering, German automotive production, industries that formed the foundation of European export competitiveness, were built around and priced around that energy cost structure. Then European governments sanctioned Russian energy, ceased pipeline imports, destroyed the infrastructure that delivered it, and replaced Russian gas with American liquefied natural gas arriving by tanker at prices 3 to 4 times higher than the pipeline alternative. The consequences are not theoretical. They are measurable and they are compounding. BASF, the German chemical company whose products touch virtually every industrial sector, has been shutting facilities in Germany and relocating production to locations where energy costs make manufacturing economically viable. Volkswagen, which had never closed a German factory in nearly 9 decades of operation, announced factory closures. ThyssenKrupp, the steel company, has been cutting its workforce by tens of thousands. These are not cyclical adjustments. They are structural relocations of productive capacity away from a region where energy costs have made manufacturing uneconomical. This is what economists call deindustrialization. And the critical analytical point, the one that the political narrative consistently obscures, is that Russia did not cause this. Russia did not cut the pipelines or refuse to sell gas. European governments made the decision to sever the energy relationship, and European industry is absorbing the consequences of that decision. Apply the game theory framework. The goal is European prosperity. The policy severed the energy relationship that underpinned European industrial competitiveness. The outcome is accelerating deindustrialization. The strategy is not achieving the objective. By any standard of evaluation, this is a policy failure of historic proportions. The second dimension of European self-destruction is what I would call strategic theater, masquerading as security policy. Across Europe, defense spending is increasing at a rate not seen since the Cold War's most intense periods. Germany, a country that made constitutional restraint on military spending a post-war identity commitment, has amended its constitution to permit unlimited defense borrowing. The EU has constructed a massive rearmament program. Political leaders compete to demonstrate hawkishness in their commitment to military expansion. The stated rationale is Russian threat. Russia, it is argued, is an existential danger to European security, and the war in Ukraine demonstrated that Russia must be countered through massive European military buildup and continued financial and military support for Ukrainian resistance. Let me evaluate this argument structurally, not emotionally. Russia has just emerged from 3 years of grinding attrition warfare in Ukraine. The human and material costs have been enormous. Russian military equipment reserves have been depleted, replaced, adapted. Russian casualties have been substantial. Russia's economy, while more resilient than Western analysts predicted, has been extensively redirected toward military production at the cost of civilian consumption and long-term investment. A country in this condition, having just fought a punishing 3-year war that consumed a significant portion of its military capacity, does not represent the same threat profile as a country with a rested, fully equipped military force in peacetime condition. The historical pattern is clear. States that have absorbed the costs of major wars require extended periods of recovery before they can project significant force. Roman history, European early modern history, the 20th century, the pattern repeats. Exhausted states do not immediately pivot to new offensive campaigns against opponents many times their economic size. NATO's combined GDP exceeds Russia's by a factor of approximately 30. NATO's combined population is roughly 7 times larger. Russia cannot win a war of attrition against a fully committed NATO alliance. This is not a close calculation. So the threat assessment that justifies the current European rearmament trajectory is, at minimum, significantly exaggerated relative to the actual strategic reality. Now add the second observation, the Ukrainian military situation. I have said this before, and the factual situation has not changed. Russia controls the territory it has occupied. Ukrainian counteroffensive operations have not achieved strategic reversals. The front lines have been stable for extended periods. European military and financial assistance has been substantial and sustained, and the battlefield reality is that it has not produced the strategic outcome, Ukrainian recovery of occupied territory, that justified the assistance. Continuing to send resources into a military situation whose trajectory is not changing does not reflect strategic analysis. It reflects political commitment to a narrative that evidence is contradicting. Europe is spending money it does not have, on weapons it cannot fully man, for a war it cannot change, against a threat that is being described in terms that do not match the structural reality. And while it does this, the industrial base that makes European economic power real continues to atrophy. I want to introduce a concept that I think explains what is happening better than any specific policy analysis can. It is what I call strategic capture, the condition in which a subordinate actor within a hierarchical relationship becomes so dependent on the dominant power that it loses the cognitive capacity to even conceive of alternatives, let alone pursue them. The historical relationship between the United States and Western Europe has been one of genuine mutual benefit, particularly in the post-war decades. America provided security guarantees that allowed Western Europe to rebuild without allocating the full costs of its own defense. In exchange, Europe integrated into American-led economic and political institutions, accepting a degree of strategic subordination that was tolerable because the security and prosperity it enabled were real. What has changed is the terms of the exchange. The American relationship with Europe is now structured differently. Europe is being asked to fund its own military buildup, purchasing primarily American weapon systems. It is being asked to pay for American LNG rather than cheaper Russian alternatives. It is being asked to maintain political and diplomatic alignment with American positions, even when those positions conflict with European economic interests. And it is being asked to support military commitments whose costs fall primarily on European populations. In other words, Europe is being asked to pay all the costs of the subordinate relationship while receiving increasingly few of its historic benefits. The security guarantee that justified earlier subordination is being redefined as a service that Europe must now fund itself at American prices using American equipment. Think about what a rational negotiating actor would do in this situation. A genuinely independent strategic actor would assess the change terms, evaluate the costs and benefits, and either renegotiate the relationship or begin developing alternatives. It would say, our energy costs are 3 times higher than they need to be, our industry is leaving, our populations are becoming poorer, and our security situation is not actually improved by these policies. Let us reconsider the arrangement. European governments are not doing this. European governments are increasing compliance with the demands while describing the compliance as strategic choice. They are calling energy dependence on America a values-based decision. They are calling industrial decline an acceptable cost of principle. They are calling inability to imagine alternative strategic autonomy. This is strategic capture. The captive does not experience the condition as captivity. It experiences it as loyalty to principles, as solidarity with allies, as the responsible choice. The actual costs are absorbed by populations who have no equivalent framework for understanding why their standard of living is declining, while their governments describe the policies producing the decline as victories. If European governments are making choices that consistently conflict with the material interests of their populations, the political consequences should be visible. And they are, even if the mainstream coverage frames them in ways that obscure their structural significance. Approval ratings for mainstream European political leaders are at historic lows. German chancellors have been polling in ranges that, in previous political eras, would have been politically unsurvivable. French presidential approval has been in the low 20s. Across the continent, the parties that have managed European institutions for decades are hemorrhaging support to movements that the establishment describes as populist or radical. The descriptor matters. Calling a political movement populist or far-right is a way of categorizing it without engaging with its actual arguments. And what these movements are arguing, that energy policy has made ordinary people poorer, that military commitments have produced costs without corresponding benefits, that the mainstream political class is serving interests other than those of the people it claims to represent, are not arguments that can be dismissed as irrational or extremist. They are arguments that follow directly from observable evidence. The political establishment's response to the rise of these movements has been increasingly restrictive, characterizing dissent from the mainstream strategic narrative as foreign influence, limiting the participation of alternative parties in EU institutional processes, using control of media and institutional frameworks to delegitimize rather than engage with the arguments of the opposition. This is not the behavior of a political class that believes it can win the argument on substance. It is the behavior of a political class that knows it cannot win the argument on substance and is therefore attempting to win by removing the opponent from the legitimate political arena. This is how democratic systems begin to function less democratically, not through dramatic coups or constitutional crises, but through the gradual narrowing of what counts as acceptable political argument. And the narrowing itself accelerates the underlying crisis, because when legitimate political channels for expressing grievances are systematically closed, the pressure does not dissipate. It accumulates until it finds other outlets. Let me situate the current European situation within a historical pattern, because the specific mechanisms change across different contexts, but the structural logic repeats with remarkable consistency. Imperial systems that extract resources and loyalty from subordinate partners while providing diminishing returns in security and economic benefit do not maintain that arrangement indefinitely. They maintain it until one of two things happens. Either the subordinate develops enough independent capacity to renegotiate the relationship from a position of strength, or the internal contradictions of the arrangement produce a crisis that forces rapid change. The British Empire provides one instructive case. The relationship between Britain and its colonial territories was maintained through a combination of military force, institutional integration, and economic dependency. What ended it was not primarily military resistance, though that was a factor in some cases. It was the accumulating unsustainability of maintaining extraction while providing less and less in return for populations that were developing both the economic capacity and the political consciousness to articulate alternatives. When India departed in 1947, the structural logic of decolonization was established. The rest followed because the underlying arrangement had already ceased to be sustainable in the place where it was most visible. The Roman example is structurally similar. Provincial allies who had accepted Roman authority in exchange for Roman protection and economic integration began to recalculate when Roman military protection became less reliable and Roman economic demands continued to grow. The fragmentation was not simultaneous or planned. It was the accumulation of individual recalculations by actors responding to changed cost-benefit realities. The European situation follows the same structural logic. American demands on Europe have increased. American benefits provided to Europe have decreased. European populations are absorbing the costs. The political pressure this produces is building visibly. The question is not whether the arrangement changes. Our structural history is clear that it will. The question is whether the change is managed through intelligent political leadership that adjusts policy before crisis forces adjustment, or through the disorderly breaking of arrangements that have become too contradictory to sustain. At this point, Europe is on the second path. I do not want to spend all of this analysis on diagnosis without addressing the alternative, because game theory analysis is supposed to produce prescriptions as well as descriptions. What would a European strategic approach that actually served European objectives look like? The principle is what I call strategic diversification, and it is a principle applicable to any actor in any hierarchical relationship. The fundamental rule is that full dependence on any single partner is a structural vulnerability. The more alternative relationships you have, the more leverage you have in any specific relationship, and the better the terms you can negotiate. Applied to Europe, this would mean maintaining relationships with multiple energy suppliers rather than committing to a single expensive source. It would mean maintaining diplomatic channels with all relevant powers rather than restricting engagement to American-approved partners. It would mean developing European military and technological capacity in ways that create genuine independence rather than importing systems that maintain dependency on American supply chains and operational frameworks. None of this requires being pro-Russian or anti-American. It requires thinking about European interests rather than American preferences. A European that has genuine alternatives is a better negotiating partner for America, a more credible actor in global politics, and a more stable political system domestically, because its policies can be justified to its populations on the basis of results rather than ideology. The reason European governments are not pursuing this approach is not ignorance. European leaders are sophisticated people who understand these dynamics. The reason is incentive structure. The careers of European political leaders are built within systems where American approval is a significant resource, where access to NATO structures, to EU institutional leadership, to the financial networks centered in London and Frankfurt depends on maintaining alignment with American preferences, where deviation from the approved strategic narrative is punished through institutional exclusion and media characterization as Russian appeasement. Individual incentives for political leaders are pointing toward American compliance, even as collective outcomes for European populations are pointing toward the costs of that compliance. This is a classic principal-agent problem in political economy, where the agents making decisions are responding to incentives that diverge from the interests of the principal population they ostensibly represent. Let me be clear that what follows is structural projection based on historical pattern analysis. It is not prophecy. The specific timing and triggering events cannot be predicted with precision, but the direction of travel is, I believe, identifiable. The current European trajectory involves several compounding dynamics. Industrial decline reduces tax revenues and increases social spending demands simultaneously, producing fiscal pressure that forces choices between military commitments and domestic priorities. Political movements representing populations who object to the results of current policies continue to grow, increasing the political cost of maintaining mainstream policies. At some point, in some major European country, the political mathematics shift enough that a government is formed that is willing to pursue a different strategic approach, not because of ideology, but because the economic situation leaves no alternative. When that happens, and the structural logic suggests it will happen, though perhaps not immediately, the change will be faster than the current appearance of stability suggests. The current European policy consensus is not sustained by popular support. It is sustained by elite consensus within institutions that filter out alternative voices. Elite consensus, when it breaks, tends to break suddenly, because it was never reflecting the underlying distribution of preferences. It was managing it. The narrative will shift accordingly. What is currently described as dangerous deviation from Western solidarity will be redescribed as strategic realism. What is currently characterized as irresponsible populism will be redescribed as democratic responsiveness to legitimate popular preferences. The labels change to fit the new reality. They always do. Let me end with the structural observation that I think captures everything I have described today in its essential form. Europe's current situation is not the product of Russian aggression or American malevolence. It is the product of a specific and identifiable failure of political leadership, the prioritization of imperial approval over the interests of the populations that leaders are supposed to represent. No external actor forced Germany to shut down factories that had operated profitably for decades. No adversary compelled France to allocate scarce fiscal resources to military spending rather than the domestic investment that would support its population's economic security. No foreign power convinced EU institutions to suppress political alternatives rather than engage with the legitimate concerns those alternatives represent. These were choices made by sophisticated, educated people in positions of responsibility within institutional frameworks that rewarded certain choices and penalized others. And the populations paying the costs of these choices, the German workers whose factories are closing, the French families whose purchasing power is declining, the Italian small businesses squeezed between rising energy costs and declining consumer spending, did not make them. The classic definition of an empire is a power structure that uses one population to serve the interests of another. What Europe is experiencing is the consequence of a subordinate relationship in which European populations are absorbing costs to sustain a strategic arrangement that serves interests other than their own. Russia cannot make this happen through force. America cannot impose it through direct coercion. It requires the active participation of European political institutions that have internalized the priorities of the dominant power to the point where they no longer distinguish those priorities from European interests. That is the meaning of strategic capture at civilizational scale. And it is why Europe is currently doing more damage to itself than any adversary could do from the outside. The structural dynamics that produce this situation are not permanent. They never are. The question is what comes after, and whether the transition happens through the intelligent exercise of leadership that recovers European strategic agency, or through the disorderly collapse of arrangements that have become too contradictory to sustain. History does not guarantee good outcomes, but it does identify clearly which arrangements are sustainable and which are not. The current European strategic posture is not sustainable. That much the structural analysis makes clear. What happens next depends on whether European societies can produce the political leadership to manage the transition, or whether they will continue on the current path until the contradictions force a resolution that nobody chose. I want to step away from Iran for a moment, not because Iran is unimportant, we will return to it, but because while everyone is watching the missiles and the oil fields and the naval positioning in the Persian Gulf, something equally consequential is happening in a place that is barely receiving.
Back on stage with you, Jamie, a year later, and I do feel like the bar has been set high after our conversation last year. So let's start right there, because last year on this stage, you talked about tectonic plate shifting, both in terms of geopolitics and the global economy. How do you see it now?
So first of all, welcome everybody. Thrilled to be here. Those tectonic plates, they're still shifting, they're still moving, they're still the most important thing that's taking place in the world. They dwarf the short-term economy, and that's the war in Ukraine, and I wish we were more supportive of Ukraine. That's the terrorism in the Middle East. It's now the Iranian war.
Thanks. It's large, but you're always on the go. Hey.
Please.
really do need to hear from the White House what has been agreed to, and also in their reaction to this news that just came across the wires that Iran is reportedly closing the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli attacks in Lebanon. We had this statement from the Iranians claiming that the ceasefire also applied to that fight, and the president in calls has had indicated that that's a separate term issue. He also put out word this morning in an interview in his network that perhaps the U.S. and Iran would go to a joint venture controlling the strait after Iran indicated that ships would pass through, need to working with their military. We need to know who were those ships belong to that already who was able to collaborate with, and does that represent hopefully something that can give oil companies confidence that their ships in the strait. We also know the president has a meeting today with the NATO Secretary General. He's got a very tough mission today to try to talk the president off the ledge. He's been very critical of this alliance, given their hesitation to get into the fight and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He has not held back his criticisms of this alliance. Neither have other administration officials. Rubio, Secretary of State, indicating that potentially this alliance may have sort of run its course in futility if the U.S. is not going to get use out of bases that it maintains in Europe and other parts of the world. One way to potentially his sword. So Margarita is here today to sort of shore up that relationship with the president. And so far it is still closed to press, but we always hope that something will open up. But again, we'll get some clarity on the Secretary today, which is very critical.
That's all. I don't want nothing else to This base is that's it. So if this moves, then this well, she's our excellent race, but yeah. Everybody's reformulating their questions. Yes,
I was going to say, I was like, why? That's pretty good. That's not bad. You're sure. Here we go, let's go, Pat. Yeah. You're sure. But it was like, I already know that I was sort of.
priced at the same amount as the rest of the world. It doesn't mean price fixing. We're not telling pharmaceutical companies what to charge. We're saying to them, whatever you charge us, you got to charge the other folks, which means we might be able to help you overseas to get better pricing so that you can make up some of the losses that you'll experience here. And the Council of Economic Advisors estimated that the benefit of the president's negotiated program is about $600 billion over the next 10 years, $600 billion of savings. The question then becomes, how do you actually get that savings to the American people? And we work together with some wonderful folks, Joe Jebbia and Korstein, who have been building the TrumpRx.gov site. And I've got an announcement that today we are adding 160 more drugs to this site. Now, the site already has 700 or so, or 600 or so drugs, so it's going to take it over 750 total. But that is an important number for other reasons. It means that 4 out of 5 medications that are picked up by Americans going into that same drugstore that I mentioned earlier now have the opportunity to double check that the price they're getting in that drugstore, wherever they're buying it from, is the best price out there. So it's a transparency site. It gives everybody the ability to make important decisions about medications they're purchasing with full knowledge of what the cost of those medications are. And that's important because transparency drives cost-effective changes in how we procure and consume products. You would never buy a car without knowing the cost of the car. Some of these medications cost what a car costs. And so these are important assets for the American people to have. I'll put some numbers on this. In the 2 weeks since we did the last event with the president on this topic, we're now up to about 12 million unique visitors to the site. Estimated savings are about $500 million, and again, climbing rapidly as more Americans learn about the program. And it is our great hope and belief that the average American, before they make a purchasing decision for a pharmaceutical product, will start using TrumpRx.gov as a standard, as a baseline, to take advantage of something that's been given to you. Again, there's no money made from this site. The government does not charge money to people using this site. It's an opportunity for you to be empowered. That stated, I want to add to that one additional insight that some of you would like to hear, which is that starting on July 1st, the patients on beneficiaries on Medicare who are eligible for GLP products, the weight loss products that the president speaks of frequently, will be allowed to obtain those products for $50 a month. Now, the list price, as you know, for a lot of these drugs is well over $1,000 a month. We've been working hard to push down on these prices to make sure that these medications, which can be life-changing and even life-savings because of their impact on weight loss and downstream complications like diabetes and hypertension and all the things that they cause, like kidney failure and heart disease and strokes and dementia, even cancers, all those risk factors are going to be mitigated, we believe, if these medications are used correctly. And so when doctors prescribe them, Medicare beneficiaries will be able to obtain them for $50 a month. And we are hopeful that over the next few years, we will show an actual savings to the American taxpayer if these medications are used correctly and appropriately and consistently, so folks get the weight loss they desire with the downstream benefits that I mentioned earlier. I also want to touch briefly on the crushing of fraud, waste, and abuse made possible by the Vice President's Anti-Fraud Task Force. The White House Task Force has been aggressively going after an all-of-government approach. I'll speak personally as the person charged with the Medicare and Medicaid services. When we identify, by looking at the data, which we have plenty of, that there's an aberrancy in how these bills are coming into us, so there might be fraud there, it's incredibly empowering for us to quickly call the Office of Inspector General or the FBI, the Department of Justice, and to have Todd Blanche call back and say, here's what we're going to do about what you just observed, or call Scott Besson at Treasury and say, we need forensic accounting, something is going on here, where are they hiding the money? And I want to emphasize that this is sophisticated work because our opponents are extraordinarily sophisticated in their attacks on our system. They just need to have a Medicare beneficiary number or some of their ID, which is basically a credit card, and they can begin charging against the federal tax dollars that go into Medicare and Medicaid. That's one of the reasons we're seeing such high amounts of fraud in different parts of the country, and we believe there are organized criminal groups behind some of these endeavors. So I wanted to walk you through a couple of these examples because our goal is to stop the money from ever leaving the building. That is the best way to protect the American taxpayer. As you know, we were in Minnesota last week where the largest autism takedown occurred. A mother and a daughter, adult daughter, were accused of tens of millions of dollars of theft. And just to put this in perspective, the reason these are so important is if you defraud the system, you don't just take money out of the system. People steal your money. the money from our most vulnerable Americans, are going to steal their health, they'll steal their life. And that's what we have been seeing in some of these takedowns. Unfortunately, when these events don't happen in a timely fashion, you lose the whole program. So in Minnesota, the state itself stopped non-emergency medical transportation, which is when you need someone to take you to the doctor's appointment. They cut the whole program. It's gone. It's finished. Because they could not deal with the fraud. It went from an estimated $1 million a year, how much can it cost to take a car to a doctor's office, to over $100 million a year, so they killed the program. And that, of course, we believe, because it doesn't provide the kind of care we desire for our fellow Americans, can be problematic. We don't want that to happen in other endeavors as well. So we've been working with the state of Minnesota. We're not happy with some of the things we've been encountering as we look at their receipts on the services they provided, which is why we deferred $350 million to the state of Minnesota, and we're waiting to hear feedback from them. Other states have also been problematic. California comes to mind, where we've made several trips of late. 1/3 of all of the hospice in the entire country. And hospice is a precious, beautiful program built in the 80s to take care of people with dignity in the last months of their life. Classically, someone has metastatic cancer, they're going to die, it's going to happen in a few months. You give up your Medicare, because why would you want Medicare? You don't need all those things. Take hospice instead. But that trade has risks with it if you don't actually have a lethal problem. And when 1/3 of all the hospices in the entire country are in Los Angeles, not even California, and Los Angeles, that creates issues. First of all, it's not plausible, but it also means someone's been ignoring the problem. And in fact, there was a call 4 years ago by the state auditor in California to address these problems. It was not managed, so our agency has now suspended payments to 850, almost half of all the hospices in California now have been suspended, but they're no longer being paid. And we're going to keep aggressively going at this problem, because when we go after hospice in California, guess what happens? Hospice in Nevada went up 7-fold. Hospice in Arizona, hospice in Texas, they've all gone up. These scoundrels run to other areas. I just learned this morning, now they're infiltrating the home healthcare space in California, which is equally a problem, because now they're taking advantage of a different sector of the population, this time Medicaid, but using nefarious techniques and technologies to do that as well. And again, these are organized criminal syndicates, we believe, in many instances. And that's why being a personal care service attendant, which is, again, doing something that your family would normally do for you, carrying groceries upstairs, driving you somewhere, that job is now by twofold the most common job in California, and it's the most common job in New York. Again, this defies belief that you can get that much growth in single sectors, but these are well-paid jobs that have become now ubiquitously available. There's not been strong guardrails. The last administration did not think that this was an important endpoint. The endpoint was enrolling people and getting people onto these different programs, and that has led to a tremendous opportunity for corrupting the system, and that's what we're witnessing. With that in mind, there's lots we can do to fix these problems. We've been aggressively going after states, red and blue. We wrote a letter to Florida. The difference, by the way, was Florida responded by saying, we know we have a problem. We're going to double down. We want a moratorium on all of our durable medical equipment suppliers. And why? Because there are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's. Again, not really possible unless you're looking the other way. We're not looking the other way. We're aggressively taking on these challenges. And I'm going to reemphasize something that I'm hoping everyone appreciates. But if you're defrauding our most vulnerable citizens in America, do not walk away from this threat. Run away from us, because we're coming after you. All right. Give me 1 second. I was actually given a cheat sheet, which you all know I got. Shelby, the new media. Take it away.
Thanks. I actually wanted to ask about that nationwide moratorium. Industry groups are really concerned about growth and employment getting hurt if that moratorium expands beyond 6 months. Would you rule out an extension of that moratorium, or do you expect that it's going to be expanded?
I'm not going to rule out an extension. We have been talking to industry groups about these moratoria. In fact, just as for everybody watching, all of you as well, we benefit from whistleblowers. Our most important whistleblowers have been members of industry who know the game, know how you can cheat it if you're unethical, and they point out to us when these problems occur. So we do not want to hurt the folks who are earnestly involved in hospice, in durable medical equipment suppliers, personal care services. They're good people in these businesses, but we're going to slow down the growth of these sectors till we can get our arms around the problem, because it is of massive magnitude to us. When we go to, let's go over here. Go ahead.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. Kara Castronova from Lindell TV with two important questions that the American people voted for and care deeply about. Many Americans fear a future administration could reinstate COVID-era vaccine mandates through Medicare and Medicaid funding. Would you support and create reforms to prevent that from happening again? What can you do during your remaining time at CMS to ensure Americans are never forced to choose between their jobs and a forced vaccination?
Well, the president talked about this a bit on Friday with an executive order that desires to provide states with better science to be able to make educated decisions. It is an embarrassment that during COVID we allowed ideology and fear to dictate healthcare policy. Many clinicians at the time couldn't understand where these ideas were coming from. It certainly soured the American people on the trust that their government had historically had in recommending public policy efforts. The president argues, and he's right, and Secretary Kennedy strongly believes we need gold standard science. We need that science to be able to help families make better decisions for themselves and state governments, because these are state-driven issues usually, especially mandates, to make those decisions more wisely. If we can do this in the right way, it will be very empowering, because who loves children the most? Their parents. No matter what we might say, they're the ones who need to have the information. They should have the ability to make the wisest choices for their kids, not based in fear, but based in science. Stephen.
One more nursing homes, Dr. Oz, if you don't mind.
Let me go
Just an
one at a
important
time. If you ask multiple questions, I'm only going to answer one anyway, so we'll come back. I promise. I talk quickly. Go ahead.
Dr. Oz, thank you. And I actually have two, but we'll see what you like.
I'll answer one. Pick one.
Well, the first is on most favored nations, the policy. I was hoping that you could explain why the administration thinks it's important to pass legislation codifying these deals. Is the fear that a future president might walk away? And what do you make of the congressional pushback? And also on my tragedy derived from Kratom, President Trump has expressed interest. Can you describe the debate within the administration on that?
Let me answer the first one, because there's not a big debate on the second one. The reality around the most favored nation drug pricing is the president has dealt with the entire problem for this administration. But these contracts expire after this administration is done. So like so many things the president's trying to do, he's trying to set it up for the next administration so that they don't have to fight the same battle. Now, it's going to be difficult for pharmaceutical companies to pull back. But we still believe it makes sense for Congress to codify what we've been able to achieve, because it's been so helpful. Think about the $600 billion of savings to the average American over the next 10 years. It's just a massive number that they voluntarily, sort of, gave back because the president went after them and said, you got to deal with this problem. And by the way, when we knocked on the door of these pharmaceutical company leaders, you know what they said? We knew one day you'd come for us. They weren't surprised. They knew that this couldn't continue. So the president wants Congress, which I know has a lot on its plate, but there are ongoing discussions around the great health care plan. Just last week, the Workforce Committee pushed something out that is going to be on PBM reform, pharmacy benefits management companies, or the middlemen that often are involved between the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies. So there's other parts of the legislation moving forward. But just to remind you, the great health care plan is codifying most favored nation drug pricing so it lasts for decades into the future, as we believe it should. This is all forward-looking, doesn't hurt these companies today, just make sure America's protected in the future. We want plain English insurance policies so you can actually understand the document that you're being given. We want transparency, so when you go to a hospital, to a doctor's office, that you actually know what you're getting. Guys, as a doctor, when I prescribe something for you, I often don't know what it's going to cost you to pick up what I just told you to get. These are things that are fixable, and the pharmacy benefits is another part of this. Let's go to, I'm going to go back, Daily Wire, Mary.
Thank you, Dr. Oz, right over here. Thank you. My colleague Luke Rosiak just reported, and he's done a lot on this, his investigations into Medicaid fraud and home health have repeatedly brought him to foreign-born healthcare operators. Is CMS tracking what percentage of home health recipients are refugees or foreign-born, and why are foreigners using these programs at such higher rates than for Americans?
Well, we are tracking illegal immigrants taking advantage of all health care plans. We've already recouped, or we've actually told California they owe us $2 billion. We've got half of it back already. I'm confident we'll get the rest because they have state-based programs that we don't have a lot of visibility into, but because of the Working Families Tax Cut legislation and other rulemaking, we are no longer allowing foreign folks who are here illegally to benefit from these programs. And just to put it in context, in California, if you're on Medi-Cal, the Medicaid program in California, until this administration, you got full dental and full vision benefits. Now, I'm for those benefits. I like them, but we don't give that to Medicare patients. And so we should at least be equitable, and all of us together should decide what we are going to do as a nation. So if we as a country decide we're going to go in one direction, you can't have states splintering off if they're going to spend the other people's money. The fraud, for example, that I'm talking about, and the use of money for illegal immigrants, the people who pay that bill when it, for example, the largesse of California allows folks to get benefits that the rest of the country doesn't think is appropriate for illegal immigrants or home health care providers, that money's paid by folks who are taxpayers in New Mexico, which is a blue state, and Mississippi, a red state. So this is not partisan. Everybody is taxed extra and has to put more into the kitty because some states are doing things that we don't think as a country we would like to have happen. That's why this administration has been so dogged in this issue and why the president has been so aggressive. Go ahead, Mary.
On Ebola, if Kenya does end up blocking the U.S. quarantine facility there, and it seems like they might since the Kenyan courts are delaying it, where will Americans who have been exposed end up going? And then why can't they just come to the United States? I mean, I think you would probably agree that the U.S. has pretty good health care here. So where will they go and why not to the U.S.?
Jennifer, the main issue with having a facility close to the Democratic Republic of the Congo is if a patient is sick. Again, I'll speak as a heart doctor. I want to take the patient to the OR that's right next door to the room they're sick in, not to the building next to them, or to 3 buildings 2 blocks away, because that time is precious to us. You have a golden hour in many of these instances around trauma, but for illnesses, it's also relatively short. So we are confident, and the State Department's working on this diligently, that they're going to be able to work out something with Kenya. There has already been a fair amount of communication around this issue. We have and that's by the way, there's a UK base there. We have other people who might be willing to welcome us, and we have our German colleagues as well. So there's many places we can send folks, but sending them across the world, especially when we're not sure what's going on with them, is probably not the wisest move. In red, take it away.
Thank you so much. Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. This is the 4th checkup that the president has had. He's supposed to have 1 a year. He's had several CT heart scans. What are the doctors looking for? And second question, I think you might like this one better. Who has been your favorite cabinet secretary so far to do the briefings at the podium?
That may not be my favorite question. That might, I mean, they're all obviously different. I think Scott Bessent's dry humor is fabulous. Marco is just an earnestly funny person. We can tell all kinds of stories about Marco's entertaining commentary. I think JD was spectacular. You know, he's just very on his game, understands the issues, and he understands the American people, which is I appreciated his presentation so much. And I did watch them all, by the way, just to prepare. I'm a doctor. I try to do my homework. I prep for the case. The first issue was about Ebola. No, about
President Trump's
examinations.
He's had 4 already. The president's supposed to have 1 a year.
Yeah. So I actually have talked to the president about what he's sent to all of you. And I think it's just a routine, regular exam. You remember I had the president on my show 10 years ago, and he also presented records. And at the time, I was stunned at how well he was doing, because so many of these numbers naturally over time will start going in the wrong direction. But if you look at these records, they're spectacular. You know, his cholesterol, his blood pressure, all the numbers are starting in excellent parameters. His ability, and listen, I work with him frequently. Many of you get to see him almost every day. That amount of energy and that amount of mental acuity does not exist in a vacuum. You have to have a vessel to carry it, and the president has a unique ability to just keep going at all hours of the day with remarkable strength. Let's go. Right behind you. Yeah.
So the administration has been stressing reshoring manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing is part of that. From those announcements of those 17 pharmaceutical companies, what's the timeline that we could see those projects come to fruition? Is it summer? Is it end of this year?
Well, these companies are already making investments in America. Some are ongoing, some have announced. I went to a ribbon cutting in one in Charlottesville recently. And so there's a lot of investment coming to America. But think about what you would do if you're a pharma executive. If you're a pharma executive and America's open for business and we're trying to support innovation, you know, saving people from, you know, cancer, autoimmune problems, dementia, all these different, you want to be where the action is. So these companies are coming here. It's actually a brain drain from Europe in particular, but other parts of the world as well, of companies who want to come here. So it's not just that we're already going, it's going to get bigger and bigger and louder. No, the jobs are starting when the first time you hire someone to build a plan for you, we have a job. If you're asking for people with picks and helmets, that's also coming quickly. But again, I've been to facilities that are already under construction, so they're starting, and and the president and I visited a facility in Cincinnati a few months ago that, again, they already have the facility, they're already running the facility, they're making additional investments to upgrade their program. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I know this isn't your wheelhouse, but you are speaking on behalf of the White House today. Can you respond to any of the criticism from Republicans on President Trump's decision to tap Bill Pulte, who has no known intelligence experience, as acting DNI?
Well, I think Bill is a great guy. I know him socially. I've not worked with him in his current job, but I do trust the president's judgment. He is a very sharp, quick study of people, their emotional abilities, and their ability to persevere in the face of hardship. So I have confidence in his decision. Yes, ma'am.
Back on Ebola, given the World Cup coming up and millions of visitors coming to the United States, on the U.S. preparation for this, who is in charge of proactive surveillance measures, and what type of surveillance will the United States be doing for visitors coming in? Will that be expanded beyond the DRC, Uganda, and Sudan? Can you describe what is in place, knowing this influx of people coming soon?
So Jay Bhattacharya, who I spoke to this morning, who is our brilliant leader of the NIH, but also CDC now, is running this program. He's got a lot of help from Dr. Heidi Overton and many others at the White House. So it's a well-constructed game plan. They aggressively got into, and they're funding now, a lot of the treatments that are being offered in the DRC and the Kenya facilities, just an extra way for us to take folks who are Americans who need help. But we have very purposefully put up testing tools and mechanisms at the major airports that people will be traveling through. I have great confidence in Jay's ability. He's a brilliant scientist and knows a lot about viruses. You want one of the most important papers really describing the true reality of what was happening during COVID early in the pandemic. It got him in the hot water because it was not convenient to hear it, but he's a brave man who will make the right decisions and be transparent about them. In pink.
Just back to the question about Bill Pulte. Congressional statute says any appointee for the position of the Director of National Intelligence shall have extensive national security expertise. What extensive national security expertise does he have?
Ma'am, you're asking me a question that's out of my lane. I'm so focused on making sure Americans are healthy that I have not been looking at what other agencies. And the edge, go ahead. Yellow tie, go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Okay. That was fun. Dr. Oz, just now you said that it should be surprising to people that personal care service attendant is now by twofold the most common job in California and the most common job in New York. The U.S. healthcare industry has been growing rapidly, 7 to 8% annually. It's an estimated $5.3 trillion in growth. Healthcare accounts for about 18% of GDP. Why should people be surprised that in two of the most populous states in the country, a healthcare-related job like that would be a common job when it is, again, one of the fastest growing and continuously growing industries in the U.S.? I mean, what's going on here?
The primary difference between paying for a hernia operation and paying someone to be a personal care service is the reason it's concerning to us. If you're having a hernia operation, you have a scar. So I know you got something, and you have a doctor who is licensed, and you had it done in a facility that's also credentialed and has been inspected. When you get personal care services, it's an unlicensed person in an unmonitored setting promising they did something. That's a lot of handshakes and finger crossing and hoping that it worked out okay. This is a problem that has been growing for years. It's just gotten now to a crisis mode. It is just difficult to imagine that it's twice as many jobs as anything else. It's not that healthcare jobs aren't important, of course they are. But if we put guardrails around these programs, we'll allow them to thrive. I'm here because I love Medicaid. The president has already said he loves and cherishes Medicaid and Medicare. Medicaid in particular is the ultimate payer of last resort. We cannot allow these programs to be defrauded into a turmoil that they cannot pull up from. And so if we love these programs, will make the difficult decisions. Let me pivot from that just to describe what came out yesterday, which is the work requirement rule that our agency, and Dan Brillman and Caprice Knapp did a fantastic job writing this, dealt with a lot of states, but as you know, in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which I believe saved Medicaid. And the reason I say that is our actuarials told us we would be spending $5.4 trillion more dollars for this program over the next decade if we didn't deal with some of the legalized money laundering that was siphoning money out of the program. Part of the reason that this is so attractive to states is they could take money in ways that it was not designed to be used, paying people along the way so they didn't have to pay for it themselves. I get it. I understand why the governors did it, but it didn't align the president with the governors. With that law, we also had a work requirement rule. Now, what was that? The work requirement was based on concepts that date back from when Bill Clinton was president, with the temporary assistance for needy families. When the Democratic administration said the fraud is getting so bad, the abuse so big in these programs, we need to clean them up. We need to get people to try to work. It's a path to prosperity. I believe, I hope you share this belief, that we're put on this earth with agency to change our future, change the country's future, to make the planet a better place. We're put here to make a difference. But if you're sitting at home, which is true for the millions of people who are able-bodied on Medicaid, on average, you're spending 6.1 hours watching television or just hanging around. That's not why you're here. So as a path to prosperity, Congress very wisely said, let's get you back into the workforce. Let's require you to get free health care coverage, to be able to work for 20 hours a week, or volunteer to make up the difference if you haven't worked 20 hours, or get an education, just participate. And so that rule came out. It's a, I think, beautifully written effort to try to define for our nation what your part of the puzzle is. Because if you are going to get something that of value from the American people, there should be some obligation, if you're able to. If you're not able to, if you're disabled, if you're, and one of the categories that are well defined in general, not able to work, it's different. But if you can work, you should get up and work again, because that's historically how it always was. In 1965 rather, when Medicaid was created, that was the deal. There were 11 million people in the program. We perverted that. Yes, sir.
Doctor, thank you. Since you're here speaking on behalf of the administration, part of the reason we're asking about the president's decision to appoint Bill Pulte to be the head of National Intelligence is it's been 4 hours and we've been asking the White House why he's qualified to do so. You're a heart surgeon or a heart doctor?
Yeah.
Would you recommend a patient go see someone who isn't?
You're asking the question with the premise that Bill Pulte is not qualified. I don't know anything about his situation, and I appreciate you want an answer. I'm not going to be the one giving it to you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Elizabeth with the Daily Signal. What are you doing, first of all, to remove any illegal immigrants who are still receiving Medicaid from the program? You mentioned earlier that's something you've been working on. And then secondly, Medicaid reimbursement for Planned Parenthood will resume July 4th unless Congress acts to extend the One Big Beautiful bill. As CMS Administrator, what's your message to Congress on that?
On the illegal immigrant side, I'll take one question at a time, if you don't mind. Just a lot of folks. We have, because we now can do it, a very straightforward way for the 44 states that don't have state-based Medicaid plans for us to be able to audit if the people that we're paying for are citizens or not. In the state-based plans, like I mentioned in California, and there's a few other states, Colorado, Washington, et cetera, Illinois, they have their own plans. So we have to now audit their plans. This is a challenge, and that's why before I came here, I met with a bunch of Medicaid directors from many states, red and blue, and they want us to help rebuild the tech infrastructure of Medicaid in this country. Imagine 50 balkanized programs. You spend $20 billion a year, $20 billion for tech infrastructure, and we're not getting our money's worth. So we're putting $200 million more because of the Working Families Tax Cut legislation. We've negotiated, Dan Brillman did $600 million of in-kind contributions from the vendors to be able to get the work requirement done in an effective way. But I think it's the first step of a much larger national opportunity to fix how data flows. And one more bit on this, Medicare's billing system, which many of your relatives are using, was a 1979 era COBOL-based system. I don't even have engineers who know how to use that system. And so if you're going to really use cloud-based tools, if you want to use technology to help Americans connect better with the healthcare system, you have to update them. The president has been supportive of this, so we are upgrading the system. And my hope is that we can use the tech transformation tools of this government to bring people to work with us from the private sector. And every major tech company is a partner of ours. Now we're pledging 700. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to follow up on her question behind me. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day. And I do actually believe that he is curious to make sure everything is going in the right direction. He's a very meticulous person in so many ways that are often underappreciated. But for him to want to know all the numbers and keep on top of them, it's the same reason he calls people at odd hours, because something's on his mind and he wants to deal with it. Yes, in purple.
I wanted to ask about the UFC fight here at the White House next week. The president recently invested in the parent company of UFC. Is it a conflict of interest for him to be promoting this event while he's invested in UFC's parent company?
I don't think the president sits in the Oval Office and makes individual investment decisions, but I don't know about that issue. But knowing him, I suspect someone else is making those decisions for him. But wait, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. The Obamacare subsidies expired earlier this year. What negative consequences have you seen, and do you see any policy adjustments that need to be made?
Let's talk about Obamacare. Let's take a step back. 2015, 16, 17, 18, 2020, there were 9 million people on Obamacare. 9 million. Today, it's more than 20 million. Like, what happened? What happened was we completely took the guardrails off. And I know this because I'm working in the agency that actually was told to take the guardrails off. And because there wasn't an earnest desire to keep track of whether you're appropriately on it or not, but more importantly, just get the number to where we all feel good about ourselves, we had massive increases of people joining the program. We believe that 35%, roughly, of the people that are using the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare exchanges, because they've never used the program once, they've never filed a claim, may not be legit. And that actual number may translate to, I don't know, 5-6 million people we could be paying premiums for because they don't have to contribute anything. So they don't even know they're getting it. These are people who have Medicaid, and someone, often a broker, is dishonestly enrolling them on in an Affordable Care Act. Or they're in 2 states at once getting full insurance paid for by us in multiple states at once. So we have evaluated these numbers. They're extremely concerning. There's a very strong effort by us. We actually made a rule 2 weeks ago that starts the process. We had tried to do this when we first came into office. A court enjoined us. They did not feel we'd followed appropriate APA guidelines, government guidelines. And so we redid it and now went back out again. But if you care about the ACA, then you'll want us to take the fraud out. And let me just take a step back. If we want you to go back to work on Medicaid, what's going to happen? You're going to start making money. As you make money, you're going to make enough money, you get above the poverty level, you're going to want to buy an Affordable Care Act product. Or private industry, commercial insurers are going to start using it. That's a good thing. We're getting America back up. They're getting into work, getting them into the stratosphere, building prosperity. So we want these programs to work together. But if you've got millions of people, literally, who are getting insurance that they don't want, they don't even know they have it, and we're all paying for it, that's tens of billions of dollars we're throwing away. That increases premiums for everybody. It drives affordability down. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. Sir, in the back, in the beard. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose. We are happy to see you. I'm sorry, I will ask you a question because I'm Turkish
No,
American.
only one question. Doesn't matter. One question.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and American president has a good relations. And there's a report they are going to meet in Turkey and United States game in Los Angeles. Have you heard about it? And also there's a NATO summit in Turkey in July. So you're Turkish American, I don't know, do you have any idea? Are you going to join? And what you're thinking about Erdogan and Trump relations?
I have no idea about these meetings. I've not been invited to anything. I suspect I won't be invited to everything because I've got a lot of work to do here. I'll give it right there. Go ahead. Good. Yes.
Jordan Conrad's Gateway Pundit, back to the illegal aliens on Medicare and Medicaid. Last October, you announced that you had found over $1 billion in federal tax dollars going to illegal aliens. How much has that amount increased as of today? And, it's kind of like fish in a barrel. Are these people being referred to immigration for prosecution and deportation?
The number has doubled from what I said last year. We're about $2 billion. The good news is that many states realize this is a problem and they themselves have stopped doing this. Listen, it's the same basic story again and again. We as a nation make a decision because we're one people. Individual states have to take that decision and use it to the best of their ability. Some states don't do as good a job as other states. That's why we're looking to individual states for leadership, for better ideas to deal with many of these social problems that unfortunately begin to pile up over time, and they threaten the very foundation of our social net that supports all of us. That's why this matters so much. If you quiz the vice president, he grew up in an environment where he saw people abuse this. I know that's the case of people who are in the task force right now, the anti-fraud White House task force. So there's a passion about this, and for good reason. I mean, the president calls the vice president Elliot Ness. He wants him, he likes the fact that he's taking this seriously, he's going at it, and he's doing what's best for the American people by making some tough decisions. One last question, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Back to Bill Pulte, but with the national security angle. The president has pushed very hard to renew FISA, Section 702. It expires in 10 days, just ahead of the World Cup. And there's this heightened threat environment with the war in the Middle East. We've heard all these intel agencies talk about the threat environment these days and how people can be very concerned about it. On Capitol Hill, you've had lawmakers today raising concern about Bill Pulte, and on the Democrat side, questioning his ability to carry out that role fairly and not weaponize it. What can you say about to allay their concerns, and can you also answer a question that was posed by Susan Collins about whether Pulte has a security clearance himself?
Ma'am, I don't know anything more about Bill Pulte than you do. I did not think that would be one of the questions that would even come up here. I hadn't even heard the news when I walked out. Okay, let me leave you with. We have one last question, but I do want. Okay, go ahead, ask me. I'll come to you. I have a GOP question. What's your question?
Do you have any medical advice for the Americans out there that are suffering from a very serious ailment called Trump derangement syndrome?
I am concerned about folks who have focused their entire life energy on dislike of the president. It's disheartening to see people lost in that way, but it's treating stupid is really hard, and it becomes a real problem. And these folks are off. Now, GLP-1s. I mean. Let me just answer because I'm out of time. And
very quick one. Are Americans getting real deal medication, brand name like Wegovy, Ozempic, or it will be generic on Trump RX at $50 monthly rate?
The Trump RX product is the real deal, the true API, the pharmaceutical product that's made by the two major providers right now, which are Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. There are other companies coming into the space. We have these products that are given by these companies as part of this deal, so we like to use the real product to be able to satisfy the needs of the American consumer. It's the brand. It's a brand name. Last question from the middle. Go ahead, last question. Take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. So Kenya basically has stopped, has asked U.S. not to build the quarantine facility there. And the people, the responders from here who are supposed to go there, do you think the Trump administration's policy of not allowing people who are exposed, Americans who are exposed to the virus, come back to the U.S. will dissuade these responders from going there?
No, I think we're going to work out with Secretary Rubio's leadership a very favorable arrangement with Kenya. I've been to Kenya. It's a beautiful country, very sophisticated people. They're going to do the right thing for everybody, and I think it's a perfect solution. I thank you very much for letting me participate. God bless you all. Take care.
Microplastics.
On how challenging it had been to deal with the affordability.
A year later, and I do feel like the bar's been set high after our conversation last year. So let's start right there, because last year on this stage, you talked about tectonic plate shifting, both in terms of geopolitics and the global economy. How do you see it now?
So first of all, welcome everybody. Thrilled to be here. Those tectonic plates, they're still shifting, they're still moving, they're still the most important thing that's taking place in the world. They dwarf the short-term economy, and that's the war in Ukraine, and I wish we were more supportive of Ukraine. That's the terrorism in the Middle East. It's now the Iranian war, which I hope settles properly for us. And then you have things like, the huge global deficits, the remilitarization of the world, the restructuring of trade, and those are tectonic plates that may very well affect the future of the free world. And my eyes on that. That's not a forecast about the short-term economy. It's just I just think it's the most important thing that we all have to roll up our sleeves and worry about, which is why we started the Security Resiliency Initiative, the American Dream Initiative, to do our part in trying to make sure those things turn out the right way.
Yeah, and we seem to be potentially poised to be on the cusp of a plan here, a broader ceasefire, maybe potentially even peace plan with Iran. But how has that conflict changed the trajectory?
Not really, because I think last year we spoke about Ukraine, and we said, it's the evil axis. It's Ukraine, Iran, North Korea. Iran, the other thing, I hear a lot of people, they talk about Iran, they usually mention, or at least some people, it wasn't an imminent threat, it wasn't an imminent threat. No, a threat is when I'm threatening you. They've been killing people, terrorizing people for 47 years. And if you actually think about it, and they had proxy wars, they've been doing it not in the Middle East, they've been doing it in the United States. They killed a lot of Americans. They killed a lot of Americans on October 7th in Israel. They killed a lot of people in Africa. And my thought is, why did we put up with it? Why do we even put up with these proxy things? Remember, Ronald Reagan, when Gaddafi was doing a bunch of stuff, he didn't like pretend to hurt him. He tried to kill him, and Gaddafi backed off. So next time we should go for the head of the snake, and and this is obviously hindsight, I hate crying over spilled milk, maybe we should have done it like 25 years ago, get all the allied nations, get 500,000 troops around Iran and told them this is over. We're not putting up with this stuff anymore, because that would have been a better outcome. Because I do agree, Iran having a nuclear weapon may be the biggest threat facing mankind. Because if they have it, so will Egypt, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, South Korea, Philippines, Japan, Australia, and then I don't know how you stop real proliferation at that point.
So in light of this, what does it mean for alliances, not just from a defense standpoint, which we're going to get into more, but also from an economic one?
Well, I think, so the foundation for us, we want to maintain, we must maintain the strongest military in the world. That is the best protection against anything you see today or that you don't see today. And foundational, that's the best economy in the world. They kind of go hand in hand. I remind people, if you want to keep the dollar as the reserve currency, if we're not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in the world in 30 years, we will not be the preeminent reserve currency. They actually go hand in hand. It's not just an economic kind of issue. On the economic side, my view is a little different than you see this administration. I think economic allies are critical. We have a lot of them. We have a huge common interest. We have a common value system. We have a common interest. We should protect each other. So you talk about all this trade stuff with China. The best protection, in my opinion, is that the Western world bring back in the things it needs for security, which we'll talk about in a minute, but that we have economic relationships that are profound and deep, help our economy and help, I think this is a little bit of a pipe dream, that we should go to Europe and say, if you do the right things, we'll give you one big, beautiful free trade deal. The right things are the Draghi report. We kind of know what they are. They're struggling. They're literally slowly walking off a cliff over time, and they need our help. And so I want to keep it together, and I put Australia, Philippines, Japan, South Korea in there. So I think those economic things are critical, and they're being challenged a little bit. Not that all trade is good; it's not. There are a lot of flaws in trade, but I'd like to make that stronger, not weaker. And it would be a great geopolitical home run against potential adversaries, dwarfing all other things.
And you don't think some of the trade deals that are being struck or starting to roll out, or even just this week, negotiations being opened up again for USMCA, get us there?
I think they could. Look, I'd like to see them resolved, finished. That we should get them done. Obviously, things that we need to do here, we should do here, which we'll talk about in a second. Things where there's a lot of unfair trade. Surprise, surprise, we've gone on for 100 years. It's not just tariffs, it's limitations, it's regulations, it's cheap loans, it's cheap land, it's cheap subsidies. It's a million different things. Yes, you should counter unfair trade. And tariffs is one way to counter unfair trade, but I think it'd be good to get these things to a conclusion. In particular, Canada and Mexico. We have a huge common interest with Mexico and Canada, and we have one big eco-economic system, which actually is in all of our benefits. And so I think that could be hugely beneficial. And remember, Canada has oil, gas, lithium, potash. So there's a good geopolitical reason to do it.
Yeah. Before I move on from this, because you mentioned dollar dominance before, I find myself having a lot of conversations about this trend towards de-dollarization. How do you see it?
Well, it's not going to happen because the reserve currency is not. This is an IQ test. You ready? And you can ask anyone in the world, if you can only put all of your money in one country, which one would it be? Well, there's only one. that's protected by the Atlantic and the Pacific, the United States military, the rule of law, the ability to own. When we give you a United States dollar, you can do whatever you want with it. You can start a business, you can buy a home, you can send it to Switzerland, you can do all these various things. That's not true in a lot of countries. So you're not going to take a reserve currency where the government decides what you can do with it, which is what China, China has capital controls. But that's basically what that is, and they need them for a whole bunch of different reasons. So as long as we maintain that strength, and I think it does relate to free trade. So China will become more of reserve currency. Other countries might, but we will still be the predominant one as long as we maintain the predominant economic position in the world. And that is predicated also on the predominant military position. I was in a country, I don't want to mention the name of it, and they were they were complaining about America and said, we're so concerned about America, we've taken our gold out of America, we've put it in our vaults here. And I looked at them and said, you do realize your vaults here could be taken by 3 armies who aren't that far away. And that's real politics, folks. That's the world. So the notion that you're secure like that, this nation's secure. And so I think people have to think a little bit differently when we talk about foreign economic relations, and real politics is the only way to do it. Anything short of that, you're making a mistake.
Okay, so you just mentioned military. Last year, very famously here, it went viral. You said, shouldn't be stockpiling Bitcoin, we should be stockpiling bullets. A couple months later, you announced the Security and Resiliency Initiative.
Yeah.
It's moving very quickly. How's it going?
It's been fabulous. And if you read what I write and talk, I complain about government a lot, and we should. But I also ask the question, what can we do to help? And we're not unique. We're not the only one. A lot of other people do this kind of thing. But we said, we already finance all these companies that do security resiliency. We defined it very specifically. It's military equipment, it's productive capability, it's APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, it's rare earths, it's semiconductors. They could be friend sourced. They don't have to be here as long as they are in a safe environment. It's some of the advanced manufacturing where not having here is a strategic mistake. I go on, and so we said, what can we do? And that's this initiative. And it has 2 big components. One is the 1.5 trillion over 10 years. I think we'll far exceed that. And we're doing it not just the United States, by the way, but with a lot of allied nations. And that's drones, military, missiles, companies, spin-offs, investments. We hired Todd Combs, who's an exceptional investor, to make direct investments where people need money to do things which we think are important for resiliency. Resiliency is different to every nation. For Europe, resiliency includes LNG. They do not have their own LNG supply. They've got to get it from us or North Africa. And so, but for us, LNG here is not this case. So we try to be very specific about it. The outpouring has been great. We've hired a lot of dedicated people. We're doing special research, so which we didn't really have, like the rare earth ecosystem, the shipbuilding ecosystem, the API ecosystem, so you can identify where in this very complex chain of stuff that we need intervention to do the right thing. And we're probably going to recommend what I call smart industrial policy. It's reluctant. A lot of my conservative friends, how can you recommend industrial policy? Yes, I don't think government should get involved in a lot of things. It's the only way to solve rare earths, APIs, some of the semiconductor stuff. It can be done where it's not corporations feeding the trough of government. It's got to be consortiums who are doing this to bring stuff back. Rare earths, here's an amazing number. You know how much rare earths we import to the United States of America? Only 200 million. If you quadrupled the cost, and there's other stuff we buy which has rare earths in it, so that's not really the only relevant number. If you quadruple the cost, it would mean nothing to the American economy, but we'd be 100% resilient. So if you have to pay more, your car cost might go up $100. And so, and I go on and on and on, but to have a company succeed here, we got to give them the chance to have economies of scale, and build the business. We need competitors in those businesses. And we think there are ways to do it where the free market is there, and over time it's 100% the free market. And basically you would have a tariff high enough on rare earths that they cannot come from certain countries, or just a barrier that we will not import rare earths from China. Just plain and simple. It's a unilateral decision to do something like that. And we have to do it quick. It is also true, if you look back, people ask, what were we doing? We, all of us, we were asleep at the switch, folks. 10 or 15 years ago, the military, the government, businesses should have said, we can't rely on potential adversaries for things critical for our security. And so admit it. But if you don't admit mistakes, it's hard to fix them. So I don't like to cry for spilled milk. My rule is roll up your sleeves, get it done. We don't have much time. Suck it up, move quickly. And we need a lot of government proper policy to do this right, including which you all hear about permitting and all this stuff you all know about already.
Okay, I definitely want to get into that too. But first, just to dig a little deeper on what you just said here, I mean, you are a partner to the government on quite a number of these high-profile deals that we've seen in the name of national security here in recent months. Some of them have been very creative. Some of them have included government equity stakes in the companies as well. I mean, how do you respond to the critics who say the government is picking winners and losers, or this is a slippery slope, or it's state capitalism?
Well, I think you got to go. There is truth to that, but not in every one. I mean, we should have policy we know works, and I can give you a million examples where I think they shouldn't have done it that way, or they could have done it another way. I like the fact they're moving quick. I like the fact they're being creative in the Department of War and the Commerce Department, the Treasury Department. That I like, and they'll morph over time. So I'm not terrified over that, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is to set up a system that's conducive to getting the right stuff done and probably not picking winners and losers. I can give you examples how that can be done. I just don't want to waste your time with that right now.
All right. You mentioned permitting. What do you want to see more of in terms of that? How much of that is federal? How much of that is being tied up still by state and local municipalities?
Guys, it's everything. It's bridges and roads and homes and affordable housing. It's bureaucracy. It's woke. It's permitting. It's sewer. It's hookups. It's grids. It is a disgrace. Everyone knows it. Everyone complains about it. Usually when you bring it up, people laugh. That's funny. With that Baltimore bridge that got knocked down 2 years ago, haven't even started yet. Grids, haven't really begun it yet. I say, make America's grids great again. But it's really embarrassing. Oh, I have a great suggestion for the politicians in the room. Ready? I may write an op-ed on this one, or you can write it yourselves. Like, good policy is free. Take 6 months in Congress. Do not raise revenues or cut expenses. Don't do any of that. Don't get involved in that debate. Just change policy. That makes things better. Housing policy, which I know French Hill is here, permitting policy, which you all know about, local affordable housing policy, education policy. I think it'll drive growth 1% higher just by doing that. Just by doing it. And we simply don't do it anymore. We simply do. We're like Europe. We just layer bureaucratic, stupid shit on top of other bureaucratic, stupid stuff. And it doesn't work. And it's demoralizing. If you actually analyze these policies, they hurt the lower income people the most. And so they're all done in the name of good, but they hurt the lower income people the most. And so I think we have to get our act together, and hopefully we'll do it.
Yeah, I was going to go in a completely different direction, but now I got to pick up what you're putting down here, Jamie.
Go for it.
Affordability, this idea of a K-shaped economy that's continuing to exacerbate here. I know you're leaning in on this too from the bank's perspective.
And it's affordability, again, it's not it's affordability, of course it's affordability. That's a Democrat issue, a Republican issue. The question is, how do you get it effectively? And you can have a lot of policies that you think it's making it more affordable, you have less supply. And so, obviously it's a key thing. Just all these other things, you can do them right or you can do them wrong. And we end up in this binary debate about how you do them. But, of course you should make them affordable. It's not a K-shape, like one part going up and one part going down. What it really is that the wealth, the top 70% are doing fine. The middle class has gotten bigger and richer. They have, stocks have gone up, home prices have gone up. They feel good, they're traveling, their confidence is higher than lower income. It's the bottom 30%, where if you look at it over time, their incomes didn't go up for 25 years. Okay, and they're not really earning living wages anymore for a whole bunch of reasons I won't go through here. And it used to be if you get up in America and even if you go to 10th grade, you get out, you get in a factory or somewhere, earn a living wage, and soon have a family, have a car, have a house. That's not true anymore. And it is incumbent upon all of us to fix that problem. Now that problem, by the way, we've thrown trillions of dollars at it, Democrats and Republicans, and it didn't work. And those people, by the way, when you talk, and we all talk about problems, they have worse crime, worse schools, less affordable housing, worse food, and there are policies that can fix that. And it's not that so their wages have stagnated, they still have jobs, but they're not seeing the opportunity, and they're angry about it. And then they see governments wasting tremendous sums of money, picking winners or losers. Even my Democratic friends, when I ask them, do you believe if we gave $1 trillion to the federal government, anyone would be better off? It's just not possible. It would end up in all these special interest groups, and it'd be a big potty that they give to folks. It's policy. It's education policy. It's housing policy. It's infrastructure policy. It's crime policy. And that stuff works done right. And there are a lot of examples. If you read Fallows wrote that book when he went to 50 cities, none bigger than Columbus, about how they're building river walks and bringing in businesses and improving their schools. Good policy works. And it's got nothing to do, in the most part, for Democrat and Republican. It's just good policy.
Well, we just talked about how JP Morgan is looking to enable this on the military and defense side, defense industrial base, industrial policy side. How's America's biggest bank looking to enable us on the affordability side, on the American dream side?
Yeah, and so we, I met with the Mayor Mondani the other day, and I said everything I wanted to say, but one of the things I was saying, like, what do we do? Like, what does a bank do? And so I walked in the front door. We have a big flag in the new headquarters. I salute that flag every morning. I told him, I salute that flag every morning, and your parents came here for the same reason my grandparents came here, were mostly Greek immigrants who never finished high school, for the freedom and justice that this country means. And that if you opened up America's borders, billions of people would move here to be American. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so I told them, we bank cities, schools, states, hospitals, countries, mortgages, small business, and we do the best we can. We make mistakes. We pay our people well. They all get medical, dental, Pilates, and so we're good citizens. We pay a lot. We take care of people, and policy should be done well. So we announced this other thing called the American Dream Initiative, which is mortgages and affordable housing, helping small businesses, financial education. We have a lot of branches in lower income neighborhoods, teach people how to save money and how to open accounts. Work skills, which we've already talked about, which have to be done locally. And so we're just doubling down on what we already do, and we just set targets for ourselves. Can we do more? And so take small business, for example. We bank 7 million. We're going to make it 10. I'm convinced we'll get there. We have to gear up for it. We got to hire more people, more branches, get more small business bankers and things like that. And out of that, we get a lot of ideas that germinate that work. Sometimes they don't always work. But I just want to point out, because it may be the most important thing of all, is to reignite the American dream type thing, is I remind people that the Constitution is a legal document. But the principles on which it's based are the most important thing. Those principles and values are freedom of speech, free religion, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness to them did not mean, are you happy? It meant have a purpose. You could be an artist, you could be a farmer, you could be a military officer, you could be a caregiver. It meant to make the world a better place, to try to create equal opportunity for people. And we don't teach those values anymore. And they are the foundation that made this country great. And we made, and all these schools, I mean, I've looked at them now. You look at some of the colleges and even high schools, they don't teach a lot of American history. And you can say, in America, those values are still extraordinary, why 4 billion people come here. It doesn't mean we didn't have flaws. I don't know, I've read a lot of history. I haven't read one country that didn't have flaws, not one. And of course you should acknowledge them and try to fix them if you can. But that's part of the American dream. Fixing the bottom 30%, lifting up everybody, creating equal opportunity. I think that would dramatically reduce polarization and anger, which you see all over the place. And so we're doubling down on that too. And we're quite unabashed about it.
The tax policy piece of this specifically, last week Jeff Bezos was on CNBC and made a lot of news, basically said bottom 50% of Americans should not pay federal income tax. Government doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem, that he'd be potentially more open to paying taxes if it meant the money was actually going towards the greater good here. It kind of reminded me a little bit of some of the comments we've heard from you in the past, especially when I think about things like, earned income tax credit.
Yeah, so first, when I saw Jeff doing that, I'm saying, Jeff, God bless you, get involved in the debate. You may not agree with everything he's saying, but I like the fact he's saying stuff, and he cares enough about our country to actually get on there, because a lot of people just simply don't do it or even think about it very much. And tax is very complicated, okay? So I generally agree, and if you look at the bottom, the 100,000, they don't pay that much anyway, so you got to be a little careful. They're all different types of taxes. You got your sales tax, and you got real estate taxes, and some drive bad behavior and all that, and it all should be kind of looked at. I like the earned income tax credit, which today as it stands, if you're a single parent making $14,000, the government gives you $7,000. At the end of the year, in a check, some people are entitled to it, don't get it. If you have no children, they give you like $700. I would take that, the $14,000, I'd make it $12,000, I'd get rid of the child requirement. You're working, you'll go home with $26,000. If you're two parents, you have $52,000. And the reason I like it is because, first, I think it would pay for itself. We know one thing about jobs. They create dignity, that first rung in the ladder. When I hear people making fun of burger flippers, a lot of those burger flippers end up owning and running McDonald's. They are proud of what they accomplish. A lot of our forefathers came here, and that's what they did when they got here. But that first rung leads to a second rung. Jobs lead to, the money would go to the person, so it's not big government deciding whether you can buy potato chips and soda or not. They would spend it on their families and their homes. They spend it locally. It might foster local restaurants. They might buy more insurance or a tutor for the kids or something like that. And it would lift up those economies, but it also has the great virtue of bringing people into the workforce, making work pay more. And we know one thing about jobs: better social outcome, more household formation, less crime, less suicide, less recidivism. So if you actually did the full analysis, which is hard to do, and we really haven't, I guarantee you more than pay for itself. And that would be cost like another $50 billion. If they did that, yeah, I think people would be willing to pay as long as it went to them. If it's going to go to Congress to decide who to give it to, no one's going to want to pay extra money in taxes.
Let's shift gears to monetary policy. We got a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh. How do you see this new regime taking shape, especially when you have a bond market that, according to some investors, is pricing in a Warsh effect?
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure that's true. So first of all, high quality guy, experienced, knows markets, was at the central bank. He was at the New York Fed when we were going through the great financial crisis. It's a fresh look. I think it's good. I like his views. I mean, the Federal Reserve did in fact get involved in a lot of stuff that they should not have, in my view. And they're independent on monetary policy. They're not independent on regulatory policy. And when they did regulatory policy, they violated the Constitution. There were no cost-benefit studies, no analysis, no other stuff they're supposed to do, and that was wrong. And I like Jay Powell too. I'm not just saying that. When I look at my own institution, I often say the same thing. You know what? In hindsight, we shouldn't have done that. And so I think they should take a fresh look. They were the adults in the town. They still are, but they're better off looking at the financial system as a whole. Let the OCC do more regular than the banks. Reduce all this. They were getting into climate and DI and stuff like that. We've been adding year after year after year. You wouldn't know this. Rules and regulations on top of rules and regulations. I think you can make the system safer and let banks do what they're supposed to do. Make more loans, create more liquidity, have more intervention in the markets by the people who should do it. And the Fed put themselves in the position where you have any kerfuffle, they have to do something. I think that's a huge mistake. So I think he's right about relooking at that. And I think he's right about reducing the size of their balance sheet. We had too much QE, and we still don't fully know the effect of $10 trillion of borrowing and $8 trillion of QE. And I'm not sure that those things play out over a year or 12 months, or even a 5-year period. To reduce the size of the balance sheet, he's got to change some of these requirements. My view, when we talk about regulations, is we should talk about better. I think you can let banks lend more, create more liquidity, and make them safer. I'd be much tougher in certain rules, and I'd be much easier in other ones. But the way it works out there is every rule is important, as if it's the only rule that's going to save a bank from failing. And so I think he'll do a good job. Now, I don't think it's in the market what he can do, because remember, he's one person. He's walking in a room probably right now. There are 12 people at the table. They're smart people. They're mostly economists. And they're going to say, Kevin, we'd like to hear your ideas, and let's think about it. Let's review these things. So it's going to take study. They're going to take time. So there's almost no chance he can actually change anything in 6 months. And he needs the time. So in the meantime, the environment change that he's entering into. We have more inflation. So we'll see. And he's smart. He's got to figure out how he wants to navigate the environment and the new Fed governors.
How sticky do you think that inflation is? How much does it actually truly put something like rate hikes on the table? So when the Fed says data, you always think, of course they're data dependent. And in some ways they're a fast follower. When inflation went up, they raised rates. Sometimes they look at what they think future data might be, and they can act anticipatory. Very hard to do. But they have done that. It's like if the government's going to spend another $1 trillion, they can act in anticipation of that they think it's going to be another $1 trillion, something like that. So I think there are inflationary forces out there are more than other people think. And I'm not saying it's going to go dramatically up. I don't know. It is ticking up. You can put Iran in there, and food, healthcare is going up. For us, it's going up 10% a year. And we think it's going to happen this year and next year, by the way. But it's, the remilitarization of the world is kind of inflationary.
AI spending in the short run is inflationary. Restructuring of trade fundamentally has an inflationary component. Restriction of immigration has an inflationary component. $2 trillion of spending. The economists tell me, well, no, it's $2 trillion last year, it's $2 trillion this year, it's not inflationary. I don't agree with that. I think that there's a cumulative effect of spending all this money, which the die may have been cast, that will cause future inflation in a way we do not understand. So the notion that somehow that we spent all this money and it's fine. I think we are too comfortable that's true. So I look at this long list of stuff, and obviously oil prices and food prices. So, I hope it doesn't go up much. But talking about interest rates, the 10-year bond is set by the market. It's at 4.5%. That may be the right equilibrium right today based on what people know. But remember, equilibrium prices and what happens are two different things. And if you had inflation at 2%, the short rate should be 3.5%. So the notion you could take the short rate down a lot when inflation is more like 3.5% or 4%, I think it could easily hit 4%, later this year. So, we'll see. Hopefully it'll be okay and manageable. But if you read history books, that isn't always the case.
Meantime, we do have equity markets at record highs. You've seen, especially the ARA parts of the market, I think about, not to single out a company, but the stock has gone parabolic. Micron, record time hitting $1 trillion market cap here. What does that say about the market versus this AI infrastructure build out?
Look, I view the market as exuberant, and I've seen this before. Of course, exuberance can go on a long time, and it's not bad. Sometimes, earnings are up 15, 20% this year, and a lot of these companies have huge order books, so it may be justified. But, there is also hype in some of the stuff. You see hype in other commodities, too. And then credit spreads are very low. So I look at all that as actually a risk. So it makes you feel good, but if something goes wrong, those asset prices can come down. Interest rates are gravity to asset prices. So, it's a risk. I'm not terrified about it. We can handle whatever it is. When we look at risk, we look at the range of potential outcomes that can handle it. So JP Morgan can handle rates at 2%, rates at 8%. We're not betting our company in either one, and I give you probabilities of those things, but which is more of an intellectual exercise than anything else. And so we'll see.
SpaceX IPO? Thoughts?
Well, I visited SpaceX. It's extraordinary. I mean, the company, you can talk about values and all that, but which I can't. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary what they've done. I think it was 100 launches last year. They're reusable parts now, so the cost per launch, the cost per satellite is literally coming down like this. So I wish these guys and Blue Origin, I wish them the best. I mean, they're inventing stuff that can, change humanity for the better.
How do you think it speaks to what we're seeing in terms of the IPO pipeline, and also perhaps just what the environment is if it's shifting for companies to go public here? When you think about things like changes to methodology for index inclusion and maybe changes to lockup periods and some of the other stuff that's afoot.
In general, I put that all in the minor category.
Okay.
Just so you know. I mean, you guys are going to buy or not buy. You're going to look at that stuff. You can decide it makes sense. I always think corporate governance should be done right. And so when you look at some of these things, you got to say what's fair to you. If you're a buyer or a partner of mine or an investor in a company, how would you treat it? But right now, markets are wide open. The M&A markets are booming. Equity markets are booming. But I do remind people, and debt markets relating to M&A are booming. So debt markets, there's a certain amount we just constantly refine. There's also an amount that's episodic, is based on M&A type of activity. But ECM is kind of the tip of the spear. And if you look at ECM, it can close and open pretty quickly. I mean, I forgot, in 2022 we had 400 IPOs in America, and the next year we had 20. I mean, it was as dramatic like that. So that is often based on sentiment, short-term values, the specific stocks themselves.
Yeah, we're. They're flashing the clock on me right now. I'm going to just a little bit longer here, just a little bit of a lightning round. Biggest risk that's not getting enough attention?
So the geopolitics of how the free world, how this plays out in the next 20 years.
Okay. Given the fact that the bank has moved forward with some crypto products, adopting some aspects of blockchain, has your opinion about cryptocurrencies changed?
It's not about cryptocurrencies. We're one of the biggest users of blockchain. I think blockchain's been talking about for 15 years. Okay, we're still talking about it. I do think it'll replace financial market infrastructure. We have a JP Morgan deposit coin. We can already move money 24/7. But I do think, when crypto folks point out the weaknesses, that they're right. There are a lot of change can make it better. FedWire could be, the FedWire is 5 days a week and 10 hours a day. It could be, why not 6 days a week, 20 hours a day? And real-time payments have a huge benefit for people. All true. Cross-border costs too much, and we will be part of fixing that. And I'm not that worried about stablecoins. All I've ever said about that is if you have them, they should have the same rules and regulations as us. AML, BSA, KYC, insurance, disclosures, liquidity, transparency, social requirements, which we have. If just a level playing field is all we ask in that kind of thing. And I do think it'll change some of that stuff. Not worried about it.
Okay, deal making. You made some news earlier this week when you said that the bank might be acquisitive here to the tune of $10 to $20 billion. Anything more you want to add?
I'm shocked that people get shocked. I just don't understand it. We have a lot of excess capital. We've always been very clear that we've deferred deploying it in our business. I do believe we can do that. I can't do it all at once, but we earn very good returns, and we're going to deploy it serving clients around the world, the way we serve clients today in payments and asset management and capital raising. Of course, we should be thinking about acquisitions. Can you imagine a CEO saying, absolutely not, no chance, never do it? So, there's not one in mind, but I was thinking this morning about buying you guys, Versant. You look cheap to me, and, and we would probably pay the talent more than you're paid by them, just so you know. But yeah, there might be something out there, but the other thing, as a management tool, you always get smart just by looking and thinking. Why are people doing things? Why? A lot of people are doing better than us in a lot of areas. So when we have our management meetings, you can imagine, I don't focus on, my God, we were number 1 in X. I focus on, why are we number 4 in Germany in this? Why didn't we build Stripe? Why didn't we have a better market-making system like Citadel? Why didn't why can't, I want Chase UK to be like Revolut, which is worth $75 billion. Can we do that? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? And so we should always be, and looking at acquisitions, I love the fact we do organic growth. It's hard, banker by banker, branch by branch, system by system, country by country, client base by client segment. That's what we do. And I think we have huge opportunities, but inorganic, which is hard. I've done tons in my life, but you should always be thinking, is there something that can really enhance your businesses?
Cockroaches? You looking for more?
You talking about bureaucracy?
Oh, sure.
Oh, cockroaches and credit.
Cockroaches, yeah.
No, I'm not.
You talked about it in terms of private credit, but just in general.
I don't think private credit is $1.7 billion. Bank syndicated leverage line is $1.7 billion. High yield is $1.7 billion. Investment grade is $15 trillion. I mean, those are $1.7 trillion. Investment grade is $15 trillion. Mortgages is like $13 trillion. It's not systemic. I do think when we have a credit cycle, because there have been weakening standards in underwriting and transparency and marking, I do think you'll see credit perform worse than people expect. That's all. I don't think it's systemic. I think there will be people in private credit, and there will probably be people in banks who do far worse than the average. That's happened in every credit cycle. And then people be yelling and screaming. I think so I'm not worried about it. And we bank them, we do a lot of business with them, mostly because it's arbitrage related type of stuff, which I object to. But we do it too for a whole bunch of different reasons. And I think when I tell the regulars, when you have a lot of arbitrage taking place, it should open your eyes. And it often leads to problems down the road. So not worried about it. We'll see.
Okay, last question. I'm not going to ask you about succession. I'm not going to ask you about running for public office. I'm going to ask you what your legacy is. What do you want that to be?
I grew up, and I'm sure a lot of people had the same thing where, the values were have a purpose in life. And, my brother's a teacher. My other brother was a physicist. My dad was a stockbroker. I read Graham and Dodd, the big thick one, when I was like 17 years old. But there was no push. But it was also work hard, do the best you can, make the world a better place, don't allow bullies, treat them with respect. And all I want my legacy, at least relating, and my family is the most important. My country, my family is the most important. That love and respect and what I give and get, that's the most important. I now have 8 grandkids, 3 lovely kids, and a wonderful wife, and I'm lucky. And I count my blessings for that. My wife would say I don't thank her as much as I should. So that's number 1. My country's number 2. Bar none, I'm deeply devoted to helping fix these problems, whatever it takes kind of thing, in my view. But for the company, I just want that gravestone to say, when people visit, that we're better off to that son of a bitch.
Jamie Dimon.
Folks, thank you very much. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Welcome back. Good Friday morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Friday, May 29th. We are coming to you live this morning from the Reagan National Economic Forum here in Simi Valley, California. It is 7:01 on the East Coast right now. Time for the hot topic of the hour, and that is all about the economy. I sat down with J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon here in California. I got his take on the broad macro story, the Federal Reserve with Kevin Warsh now at the helm, and J.P. Morgan's investment plans for some $40 billion that he says he could use for an acquisition. Watch. Jamie Dimon, great to see you. Thank you so much for sitting down with us.
Yeah, it's thrilled to be here.
Yeah, I want to get your take. The largest bank, you've got so much exposure to the consumer and to housing as well as to commercial and business. How would you characterize the economy right now? Give us your sense of the macro story.
Well, it's pretty good, which you all your viewers know is that the economy is growing at 2%, unemployment is low, 4.3%, wages not going up that much anymore. Corporate debt's not that high, consumer debt's actually not that high. Inflation is ticking up, that's not good. And you have a lot of stimulus. The one big beautiful bill, $300 billion of stimulus. The additional spending AI is $300 billion of stimulus. Dereg, it's a form of good stimulus because it allows people to put their money to work in a better way. And so those things are good. And a lot of that, but we have a huge deficit. And that's kind of stimulus that also ends up in corporate profits. So corporate profits, are up huge this year. So people are feeling good, stock prices are up, that's all good. And there may be negatives. I think the one that you can see a little bit is inflation going up.
Yeah. Have you seen inflation cutting into consumers' ability to actually spend? Are they cutting into their savings?
Yes. I think, you got to separate consumers into various segments. For the high end, it doesn't do anything. And if you take the higher gas prices, $1 of gas is $100 billion a year. But of course, it affects lower income folks much more. And for them, they have to cut back something else or do something. So what has happened for some is they have cut savings and they still spend. And, and borrowing is going up just a little bit. So it might be that. It might not be sustainable forever. And we don't know what's going to happen with future gas prices. So you do have a little bit of that.
And in terms of the big, beautiful bill that you just mentioned, are you seeing companies increasingly use things like the expensing, the expensing options that were in that bill because you can write off so much right now?
No, it's expensing options, it's the R&D credits, it's a competitive tax. I think, we also remind we need a competitive tax structure globally, and this is competitive globally. And so that puts American companies in a position where they're going to invest here or elsewhere. There's an incentive to do it here, too. Or at least not a disincentive to do it here and an incentive to do it elsewhere. Before taxes were cut, and this happened in Trump's first term, you had huge sums of money going overseas and staying there because, the returns were so much lower if you could do exactly the same equivalent behavior. So that does matter. So
you feel good about where we are now in the economy, even though inflation is ticking up?
Yeah. I feel okay. I'm a little more worried about other people. I see, it's not their immediate cracks in the economy. It's the other things I worry about that has a long list of serious issues that are going to have to be dealt with. I don't know how they're going to affect the economy this year. You can't put them in a base forecast. They are large items. I always refer to them as tectonic plates moving around that may cause issues that we don't fully understand today.
I mean, it's interesting because this market has been in a melt-up, right? Look at these major averages since the end of March. Are you surprised to see things like the NASDAQ up 28% in the last 2 months, even in the face of 2 wars that we're watching play out?
I'm not surprised, other than in the face of 2 wars, that they don't seem to have derailed anything. But you and I have seen this before, where you have these kind of melt-ups, and you often go on longer than you think. So, the person says, that's too much. Well, maybe not, because they can go on for a long time before something reverses them. And you don't know what that is. It could be sentiment, it could, could be inflation, it could be higher rates, it could be business sentiment. Obviously consumer demand, if it drops, that, a lot of companies will cut back inventory and the profits will drop and all that. So it's always a confluence of events. Very hard to predict in the next 12 months what's going to happen. And I actually think it's a huge intellectual error to say, here's my base case. What I always look at is, what's the range of outcomes? You could put probabilities of those outcomes. My probabilities of a worse outcome are higher than other people's. And it's mostly around inflation driven by multiple factors.
Yeah, but I think the other day you made some news at the Bernstein conference. You said you were cautiously pessimistic.
Yes, I know. I was kind of joking because everyone says cautiously optimistic.
Okay. So cautiously pessimistic. The other thing you said, which I thought was interesting, is you tend to buy back your stock all the time, but you said you're not fond of buying back the stock of J.P. Morgan at these levels.
I have been very consistent. We are buying back the stock at these levels. I prefer to buy them at lower levels. I prefer to help my existing shareholder, not my leaving shareholder. And we've always believed that investing in our company is better than buying back the stock. However, we have a lot of excess capital, and the stock is, you can call it equilibrium, but I don't like equilibrium. I like to buy it when I think it's kind of cheap and it's a bargain. So, but Warren Buffett says the same thing, and so do a lot of the people. Buying it automatically, I think it's just an intellectual fault. That's not your. You should be buying it. If stock price go from here to here, you buy more here and less here, and that's kind of what we do.
So it's the most fundamental thing you learn on Wall Street: buy low, sell high.
Exactly. And then it takes judgment, what that is. And it's hard to fight the market. The market says the stock's worth X. Well, it is probably.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I want to buy at that price. Particularly, I think I can use my capital. That's the other thing I probably mentioned at the conference is that we have all this excess capital, we estimate about $40 billion. I believe now that we can deploy it in our businesses over time. It may take a couple of years because of things like SRI, and that I'd rather do that. So if I had no other options, then maybe it'd be more stock buyback.
Yeah, you're talking about your security initiative, and I'm going to get to that in a moment, because you also said, just as you were saying, that JP Morgan is earning 20% as opposed to your target of 17% in terms of a return on tangible common equity. You said that you personally think that you're over-earning. The entire industry is over-earning.
I didn't say the industry. I said us. It just means when you have, our business always has volumes that go high to low, okay? Credit losses that go high to low. Credit losses are kind of normalized. Volumes are quite high. Exuberance is quite high. Profits are made at the margin. The next trade is more profitable than the average trade. And people sometimes forget that. And so I have a little humility, because look at what happens. In 120 company years, between the last 10 years, how many companies earned over 17% in banking? Or earned over 17%. It was like literally 8% of the time. So to think it's going to go on forever is a mistake. It's a competitive world. It's a capitalist world. As Jeff Bezos says, your margin is my opportunity. And we have a lot of competition. And they're coming, and they're smart. I recognize that. And they've done very well. And the base competition is quite good. They're all back. It's not like anyone's weak anymore. And you see that in the numbers. So I just think we should be a little cautious about bragging about our results.
So trading volume is abnormally high right now?
It is high, and values are high. So remember, values drive a lot of things: custody, treasury, deposits, asset prices going up. And so all these things drive a lot of things. And if you model it through, there's another side of that mountain sometimes. And I don't know when that's going to happen. I just think eventually something will happen, and volumes will go down. There'll be a little recession, credit loss will go up, and we'll still be doing fine. And I think actually that's when you perform. It's really important to perform in bad times, not just in good times.
Now, I'm wondering if the Federal Reserve changes is going to be a catalyst for those changes. What's your take on Kevin Warsh and how he's going to approach his new job as chairman of the Fed?
I think the world of Kevin. He's quite experienced in this field, in all fields. He's been in the central bank before. He obviously knows global markets. And I like what he says, which is, the Fed should focus more on the financial system and not so much regulatory. He's right to say, all these years, rule after rule around the world. I mean, Basel III has been 10 years in the making. So is this what we wanted? What was the outcome? Can we make it better? I actually think you can make regulations simpler, less costly, get more loans out there, and make the system better and safer. And I think that should be the goal. And so I hope they do that. And then, rates, I don't know. Remember, he's going to walk in a room with 12 other governors. And so he has his ideas. He's a smart guy, but he's got to give them time to think about it, do some research and all that. So, it won't be immediately. He can't decide by himself in day one what to do.
Well, it's a very different backdrop than it was when he first was expected to take on the Fed. I mean, he was expected to cut rates. How do you cut rates with inflation where it is?
Right, and he'll have to deal with that too.
And the market's expecting a hike in interest rates.
I saw that.
Are you?
I think it's possible. I mean, I don't know. And I don't spend that much time guessing about stuff like that. If you ask me, I can give you all the analysis around why it might go up and why it might go down. I can give you probabilities. I don't know. And we are prepared for higher rates too, and higher credit spreads, which we have not seen in a long time. As people get a little more credit conscious, which I expect to happen.
Now, one thing that Kevin Warsh did say was that he wants to make the Fed's balance sheet smaller, shrink the balance sheet. What does that mean for JP Morgan, though? I mean, what does that mean for a bank like yours, which you've got to keep money at the Federal Reserve?
Well, but we keep money at these things because of regulations and requirements, liquidity rules. So I think he's right. The Fed shouldn't have to intervene every single time there's a kerfuffle in the markets. It's a mistake. It's a policy error that we somehow we got to make everyone comfortable. But to do it, he's got to change some of those regulations and these, the LCR and SLR and certain G-SIFI rules to give banks more flexibility. But the important thing is, it's not to deregulate to make it easier for banks to make a lot of money and then go bankrupt. It's to, I think you would do it and make the system safer. And I think Kevin's quite bright. He probably knows that. And it's going to take a little bit of analysis. We've got a lot of reports to the Fed about how that can be done. I think Secretary Betts has actually spoken about it. To do that, we have to change some of these requirements. But the banks have so much capital and so much liquidity. It's a good question to say, you can never use it again in your life. And for us, it's $1.2 trillion of basic cash and treasuries. Can never use for productive purposes other than safety, which is a good one. But I think we could do it much differently and have more safety. And then we can intermediate more actively in the markets, as opposed to the Fed having to intermediate when the time comes. So.
And Mickey Bowman has been working on this. And
she is on top of all these issues, yes.
Yeah. Jamie, let me get back to something you just said, and that's the $40 billion.
By the way, just so you know, a lot of banks are lending a lot more today. So they're doing it in anticipation of some of these changes.
Mm-hmm. And is that what JP Morgan is doing?
A little bit, yeah.
And where is the lending specifically, would you say, is the bulk of the lending?
I think, I was just reading some reports flying out here. Some will say commercial banking, some will say, markets-related financing issues, balance sheet issues. Remember, the needs of all these global investors are huge. So, banks constrain themselves sometimes, like even providing repo because of some of these rules. So I think it's literally across the board.
Does it indicate where we are in the macro economy based on where the lending is?
No, but lending creates money. Okay, so when the Fed buys securities, it creates money, and when banks lend, it kind of creates money. So it's kind of a bullish thing, which is happening right now.
Jamie, you just talked about this $40 billion in capital. You said that at the Bernstein conference as well, and you said that money could be used as an acquisition, for an acquisition. What are you considering?
I'm shocked that people think that's shocking. I don't have anything in mind. I'm simply saying, yes, of course, it could be used for that, if it makes sense. If we did one, I'd explain to the shareholders why we're doing this, why it makes sense. It will make sense. It won't be something that'll surprise people in a terrible way. And so, and of course, I'll remind people, I'd rather we could invest organically. So it's quite clear, organic growth is the best kind of growth. It's your people, it's your culture, it's your systems, it's your tech. You're not taking on a whole new different things. Mergers can be very tough, and we're quite conscious of that. So it doesn't mean we won't do them. And there may be we've done a lot of small ones, by the way, that you don't even know about. First Republic is $300 billion of assets. I don't know how you'd measure that, but that was a massive acquisition.
That's a massive acquisition by any standard. Right. But look, we know you can't buy another deposit institution in the United States, right? You're at the limit in terms of deposits. So do you want to buy a tech company? Are you going to buy fintech? What are you thinking about?
We look at everything, just to be smarter. And a lot of these fintechs have done a great job. It doesn't seem like that's the likely outcome, but it's possible that someone's going to come. I always say to myself, I don't care what I think. I want you to tell me what you think. And if you come and say, that's a great idea, we'd consider buying something.
What about wealth management?
Yeah, that could make sense too, yeah.
I see.
But in every area, we can do it organically. So you're always going to compare it to an organic possibility. Some people, they're not in that position. They can't do it organically. They have to buy it. I think we have the luxury of saying, no, I can build it too.
Let me ask you about that, because you mentioned the Security and Resiliency Initiative, and you talk about investing in items and industries that are central to the U.S. economy, to defense. I know you've also taken this international. You're going to go to the U.K. and talk about doing it elsewhere. But what specifically have you identified in terms of security and resiliency potential investments?
Yeah. So, the first thing, which I know your viewers know, is that America is still the beacon of light and the hill, is still the arsenal of democracy, the bastion of freedom. I'm quite patriotic in that, and that this country provides safety to the whole world. And it wasn't just our allies. It actually provides safety to India, people who are not allied nations of the United States of America. And I think the most important thing is we have the strongest military in the world, underpinned by the strongest economy in the world. And if you ask me about the dollar dominance, it's dependent on those two things. If those two things disappear, so will dollar dominance one day. That may take 30 years, but so that was the first thing. But we didn't identify it ourselves. It's kind of been identified by the military itself, by the administration, by others. We rely on outside parties for rare earths. We should have been self-reliant, or at least friendly reliant, or neighbor reliant, or something like that. That was true for active pharmaceutical ingredients. The ingredients that go into the drugs that people take, mostly come out of China and India. And then there are things we do in manufacturing that we should have done here. And we didn't keep productive capability to build more bombs and missiles. And so we can't double production. And so all these things, it's like, and the people know it. Now we got to go do it. So this was our effort to say, instead of complaining about it, what are we going to do? And so we looked at what we already do, and then we said we're going to do 50% more. That's the 1.5 trillion over 10 years. Right. It's been outstanding. I mean, we've been in contact with thousands of companies. We've already, Todd Combs came in and has done we've already invested $2 billion directly in companies. We're going to beat this 1.5 trillion, I'm pretty sure. But we've learned a lot in the process. Importantly, and this might be interesting to your viewers, we've done research around the shipbuilding ecosystem. We're doing it around the drone ecosystem. We did it around the API ecosystem, around the rare earth ecosystem. And that teaches you what policy should be. And then we're going to promote policy. So, here's how we can keep productive capability, ready to go for another commercial use. But if you need it for military purpose, you push a button, the other stuff goes out. And you can do that for shipbuilding, you can do that for missiles, you can do it for a lot of different things. And so it's been a great effort. We're learning a lot. We have a lot of partners, a great advisory board. And as you pointed out, we're going to roll it out to allied nations, which is UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Australia, Japan, Korea, Canada.
And so you're going to be looking to invest in things like drone companies, shipbuilding, in those economies as well?
Yes. And this is normal commercial business. So it's not, we may do some venture capital type of stuff, but it's mostly just helping companies grow and expand like we do in middle market, corporate banking, and investment banking.
Why did it take so long for corporate America to understand that the supply chains, and by the way, elected officials, Congress and the White House, how come it's taken so long to understand that we can't have other countries, particularly adversaries, making our stuff? That's important.
We should have 15 years ago.
Right.
The military, the government, and business should have said, we need to run things that are needed for national security and resiliency the same way companies do. We've got backups for almost everything. And we didn't. Now, you and I can cry over spilled milk, but my view is admit it, acknowledge the problem, roll up your sleeves, get to work. And that's what this is. And you have it. I mean, you have a huge amount of companies. A lot of other people are doing this, not just us. We're just a small part of this. You have the militaries behind it, getting this thing right. They brought in Steven Feinberg, who's doing a great job at that. They've got Besson's working on some of these things. So it's fully engaged. You got to read the book Freedom Forge, how the America got fully engaged after Pearl Harbor. Like, we went from building almost nothing, no ships, no tanks, no aircraft, to we built 144 aircraft carriers in 4 years. There was no car produced in America from 1943 to 1945.
Wow.
All those plants, all of them, and not just GM and Ford, all those plants were building bombers, fighters, tanks, jeeps, ships. We went from building a Liberty ship in 1 year to 2 days. And so we just got to get this machine going, and hopefully this will get it done fast enough.
Well, you've always been a patriot, Jamie, and I love that about you. Let me get your take on what you're seeing around the world, given what the effort is in the United States. You're just back from China. Yep. The president obviously had his own trip to China, but what did you do in China? What can you tell us about what you're doing in China?
Yeah. Well, you want about the world, or you want about China?
China.
So we've been in China for a long time, and we have China, we got Hong Kong, got Taiwan. I went, by the way, from Shanghai to Taiwan.
You did?
I had to stop at Okinawa because you're not allowed to go direct. So we have a lot of clients in Taiwan too. So we've had a China conference for years. The 3,000 investors from around the world. When we bank people in China, we bank some Chinese companies, only those that were allowed to by the United States government or the European government. So we follow the rules that we're supposed to. But we also bank something like, I forgot the number, I'm going to say 2,000 multinationals in China. So we probably bank Fox in China. We probably bank everyone else in China. And we want to, and you want us to, and all these companies we bank want us to, and we all follow the laws of the United States, which they've gotten very tough, and they should. Sanctions, what could be sold there, what could be sold here, et cetera. And it makes you smarter. So I believe what the government's doing is the right thing, full engagement, but do things in our own self-interest when it comes to security. And I think we're actually doing that. And so, and there's more to do. I mean, we haven't quite gotten there in a bunch of these things, but there's more to do. But we'll be okay, and we just got to move quickly.
But it's a balance.
And the other thing I'd say, very important, when I look at what we need to do, we need to maintain the strongest military in the world and the strongest economy in the world. And a lot of that's us doing a better job. It's not about potential adversaries. We could do a hell of a lot better job in our own business, our own economies, our own growth, our own standards, teaching people about civic responsibility in this country, that people, billions of people would come here if you opened up the borders, billions of people, and we're not teaching our own kids that I would say the Constitution is a legal embodiment of values. Those values are principles: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, freedom of speech, freedom of enterprise, country, God. That's what it's about. Yeah. And we don't teach that anymore. And those values are why those values of freedom are everything. They're more powerful than anything in the world. And we've done a terrible job making that part of our school system. And I put the work ethic in there.
Yes.
I would. It's a good thing to work.
Sure is. You've been working for a long time.
And work hard. And try to do well.
Same.
Treat people well. And so it's all kind of one big bundle of getting this stuff right.
But in terms of China, and I asked President Trump this as well, I mean, it's a balance to walk because here we have an adversary that is surveilling the country, right? Surveillance, breaching our networks, right? I mean, cyber activity. And then you just go and you sit down with Xi Jinping and you have a conversation like your buddies. Meanwhile, that they're, and he said to me, well, they're doing it to us and we're doing it to them. I mean, how do you walk that balance?
Well, that's not my job. I understand your point.
But are they surveilling the company?
I probably, and the president knows a hell of a lot more about what's actually going on than I do. And so, when the government tells us to do something, we salute, but we're quite conscious of that. And I do think we need to do a lot more. But, he has to deal with China the way they are, and there's still a lot of trade with it, and China. But it also, like America, like one of the things, I think it's important we keep our military allies and our economic allies. And I think more than just a little, I think it's like geopolitically brilliant. And so to me, if we do that well, that's a great thing, and we should be conscious that's the best way to counter adversaries, is that you keep yourself very strong. And so I understand your point, and I don't know what private conversations they'd had, and he probably's not going to tell you either.
And we've got part 2 of my interview with JPMorgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon coming up in the 8 a.m. hour, and a lot more of that interview all morning long. Welcome back. Good Friday morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Friday, May 29th. We are coming to you live from the Reagan National Economic Forum this morning in Simi Valley, California. It is 8:03 on the East Coast, and we kick it off with the hot topic of the hour. JPMorgan Chase Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon here at the Forum. Now, part 2 of my special interview with the chairman and how he feels about the Clarity Act, the future of AI and banking, and his recent meeting with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Plus, he gave us advice for the 2026 graduates on achieving the American dream. Let me get your take on how your business is changing and how the whole industry is changing with regard to digital assets. Yeah. We've had on Coinbase CEO a lot, and I know that he wants to be able to pay rewards, and he wants people to put, money in crypto platforms like his, and the banks are worried that it's going to mean people are taking money out of their deposit accounts. How do you see the Clarity Act changing things?
Let me just rephrase it. We're not worried. We think it should just be fair. If he takes deposits like a bank, he should have bank rules. We have social requirements, liquidity requirements, capital requirements, AML requirements, financial reporting requirements, transparency requirements. If he wants to be a bank, be a bank. That's all it is. And the second issue, not really related to rewards and interest on stablecoins, is also about AML, BSA, KYC, because when you earn a bank system, it's already been through all of that. Okay? And we do that because we have to for the federal government. And so if they want to be moving money around the world on any basis, you should ask the question, can that be used illegitimately, easily? And the answer would be yes, unless they follow the same rules.
Right. They're not FDIC insured.
And they're not FDIC insured. We have requirements to build branches in lower income neighborhoods. We have liquidity requirements and capital requirements, reporting requirements. We have like 84 regulators all over us. We're just saying it should be fair and equal, period. Not that they can't do what they want to do. If you want to buy cryptocurrency, be my guest. I believe it's a free country, and I defend that right. But we just want it to be fair.
But is that who you were talking about when you said there's a lot of competition out there?
No. I was talking about Revolut and Stripe and Chime and Dave and SoFi and some of these companies, PayPal. They've done a great job in the past. There are companies that are doing things in small business which are really interesting. Capital One just bought one called Brex, and there are hundreds of them. And these are smart people trying to, take a slice of your business or a bigger piece of your business. And Citadel has done a great job in trading. And so when I look at these things, I'm saying, I tell my own people, open your eyes, look what they did. We didn't do it, and in some we could have. In some we couldn't have for a whole bunch of different reasons. Stablecoins might be among that list. I'm not that worried about stablecoin, and we already have the JPMorgan deposit coin. Like, if you're a wholesale, if you're a company, and I send you the JPMorgan stablecoin, you know what you can say to me? Just give me my money. I'll put in what I want. And remember, you have to buy the stablecoin and sell the stablecoin. So the transaction costs on both sides. There is movement of money risk in stablecoin. So it's not as simple as people think. I do think it'll be used for cross-border payments, for small dollar payments, for person-to-person type thing. But even person-to-person, if I send money to someone in the Philippines, I have requirements about who's sending it and who it's being sent to. And so you have to, and if you want that money to be sent free, because remember, once that money's in a wallet overseas, it could be in anyone's wallet. And it goes to a third wallet, a fourth wallet. So the first one may be legitimate, second one may be a sex trafficker. So, it's complicated, and the government needs to do it thoughtfully. If they don't do it thoughtfully, it'll be a huge problem.
So are you happy with the way the Clarity Act is turning out?
No, because it allows them to effectively pay interest on deposits, stable coins or something like that, without the protection that they should have. And it doesn't do anything for AML BSA. It has almost no legal protections. So no, the banks will not accept it that way. And the ABA, the small banks, the credit unions, it's not just the big guys. I'm not worried about stablecoin, but if it happened, I'm telling you, I would have nothing to do with it, and it would eventually blow up on its own. Okay, but that's my personal thing. But I do understand the concern of all the other banks. So,
well, the markup is coming. I mean, what are you going to do about it?
It is. We'll fight it. If we lose, we lose, and we'll live.
Yeah. Okay.
But it will be fought. This will not be. No one's going to bow down to this guy, okay, or that company. And he's the only one.
Yeah.
And he's spending hundreds of millions of dollars in Washington this thing.
He said he's representing the whole industry.
He's full of shit.
Well, we're going to watch that one.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I mean, this is turning into a big fight between the whole, each industry. And you're talking about blockchain and getting blockchain out.
But we do blockchain.
You've been doing that for a long time.
We have connections. We have JP. We're going to do it. I think it's a legitimate technology. I think stablecoin can be a legitimate payment system.
Let me get your take on AI. Jamie, there's some fear out there about AI, and I know that you were in the meeting with Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is worried, or I think is suggested that he's worried that the banks are able to put the patches up before the bad actors can use AI against us and say, oh, how do you hack a person's bank account? What are you doing in terms of putting the guardrails in place around AI and this agentic AI so that they don't have these agents acting unpredictably?
Yeah. So first of all, the big picture is technology has always changed the world and made it more productive. That's why we have so much productivity in this nation. And I do think AI will cause huge productivity. And it'll cure cancers, it'll come up with composite materials, it'll reduce deaths on roads. It will be wonderful. But now you have that one issue about Mythos came out, and it is so powerful. It can see vulnerabilities in your own code, our own applications, open source, which is hundreds of thousands, third parties, and it's a legitimate concern. I think Anthropic did the right thing to kind of give it to the government and give it to some of our companies to test it and find out what it is and how we can handle it. Now, you raised one of the big issues, the patching side. And you can't, in the old days, for open source, people announced there's a flaw here, it'd be public, and you have a week or two to fix it. Now you're talking about you need hours, because once the adversary sees that, they can reverse engineer and go directly into the vulnerability that was just identified. So we have to build things like utilities. I think Scott Bessent is running the whole part of this effort, at least the financial services part. The banks are all working together. We're talking hundreds of people are working around the clock to figure this out and what could be done. But I do think there's going to be a big part for the government role to play, because it's not just our industry, it's water, it's utilities, it's telecom, it's manufacturing, because if you take down, it's ransomware. We had $20 billion of ransomware last year, but I can see that number skyrocketing. So we have to be very thoughtful how we do it, and we have to help all the small companies. So a lot of smaller banks are like, this is not fair. You guys are looking at it, and we don't want it to look like you're strong and we're weak. And I totally agree with them. So we have to figure out how to help everybody in this, and as we expand it, to expand it safely. If you give Mythos to a company and they give it to 1,000 people, as opposed to a very select group of people, you are putting, kind of very powerful weapons in the hand of maybe someone who wants to hurt your company, like the insider threat type thing. So we got to be very thoughtful. We've learned a lot in the process. There's still a lot to do.
I agree, and I think that the White House and Congress is working on this morning, noon, and night, because we realize that now, because of the Anthropic breach that we saw, AI can actually work against humanity, even though there are a lot of positives here.
It's not working against humanity. So it could be used by bad guys to do a lot of bad things. And like I said, it could be the individual guy. It could be one person has at fingertips a very powerful weapon that, if they don't like a bank or an oil company, a refinery, or a television company, they can do huge damage. And so we got to get smart. I think we're going to need like a mini Manhattan Project in this one. I don't think this settles itself by us just doing this kind of stuff.
At the same time, you've been using AI. Tell us about the use cases that you've used within JPM.
And we've used it since first time we ever used it was 2012.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like people think it's new. It's not that new. And it was, and of course, it's gotten much more powerful since then. But think of risk, fraud, underwriting, marketing, prospecting, note-taking, coming up with questions like this, idea generation, resolving errors, building agents who can do things that people can't do. We can read 100,000 documents, in seconds.
Unbelievable.
If you ask, like, how many contracts have this clause in it, it's just powerful stuff. It'll make a lot of people more productive. It makes people, you can wake up in the morning, it can tell you what you need to do or what happened overnight that isn't in this thing. And so it's going to do a lot of things. And it's early. I mean, these new models are just far more powerful than the ones we had a year ago.
So do you think that will replace jobs?
Yeah, look, it's a big issue. And my view of this is it will create a lot of jobs. It may replace jobs. All technology has done that. We had 40 million people working in farms, and now we have 1.5 million. Okay, we're a far more productive society. Those people went to cities and specialized in something else. That's why we have productivity. So I think in the big run, it's a plus. Make America more productive, America wealthier. It may cause job loss faster than it should. And we need to plan for that a little bit. So my view is don't panic over it. Take a deep breath and have a plan in place so the government, for example, every community has community colleges and local unions, trained people in the trades, and every community has different needs. Every school should be teaching people skills they need actually today. There are 8 million jobs open today that can't be filled because they don't have people who can do them. So if we do that, we'll have a system in place that can adjust much more quickly.
Yeah.
The system, our system always adjusted, but it had a little more time. And so instead of panicking, let's take some actions that no regret actions that cost no money that we should be doing anyway. That would be my view of it.
Well, it's coming at us fast.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Jamie, I want to get your take on housing. You launched this American Dream Initiative back in March, and you're trying to help expand opportunity in terms of housing and getting Americans able to take out a mortgage. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this is another one that came out of what can we do? And it's also a deep recognition there's part of our society that's not doing well. It's the think of the bottom 20%, 30% of the income scales. And they're the ones who have their job wages did not go up for 20 to 30 years. There's more crime in their neighborhoods. More of the schools are failing their kids. And it's a recognition that you're not going to solve all of America's problems until we attack that. That, by the way, Democrats and Republicans should notice we still haven't fixed it. With all these policies and all this money, we still haven't fixed it. It's almost the same that it was. Obviously, lives are actually better, but it's almost the same as it was years ago. And so we just want to say, okay, the American dream is important to have a cohesive America, where people actually feel they have opportunity. And you read all the time that people say, it's unfair, I don't have opportunity. So that's what that is. It's housing, it's small businesses, it's financial education, we call them vital institutions, so it's financing local schools, hospitals, roads, infrastructure, things like that. And very important, it's the skill side. So we're going to double down. We did the same thing. Okay, we already do it. We're good at it, but let's double down. And so you mentioned small business, where we're going to go from financing 7
million. You serve 7 million today.
To 10 million, and we'll get it done. At least we're going to try. And we're one of the largest affordable housing companies in the country. There are a couple of few bigger, but we're going to try to double that in 5 years. And as we do that, do
you.